Alex, I know I've taken a lot of time and I don't want to hold up your teaching. Would anyone like to make a comment on what we've just seen before Alex gets started? I think he's bringing in a little neutron or a big neutron today.
How can we extract that 40 minutes? Because that's really, really important to spread out.
I think Ed will have it on his channel. He usually extracts Mr. Keshes' teachings from these meetings that we're having here, and he puts it on a certain channel. Ed, where would that be located? I think he has his own YouTube channel.
Yes, Mark, I have my own YouTube channel. Actually, what I usually separate out is if Mr. Kesh appears in person and gives a live teaching. However, uh, this teaching is so, I don't know, remarkable in a sense. Ever since I heard it last Thursday, I've had the inclination just to make a special uh, edition of this teaching and put it on my site as well.
Thank you, Ed. Alex, I think you're in. I don't see anyone waiting in the wings.
I am Salomea. Hello.
Yes,
Just
Salome.
I want to add that I got the inspiration to write a poetry with all these elements of the teaching from uh, last week. No, this week. And maybe I will share the link later on with you because I don't want to take time to read the poetry. And I spread it out on the internet on many sites, and I hope that people will be enlightened through poetry, which comes from my soul directly to their soul. I make also a video with expressing by dancing under the sun. And I think that this is a way to reach the soul of the people through arts and generally art, but especially poetry, dance, songs, theater could be one way to teach people directly to their soul, but together parallelly with teaching scientific knowledge. You explain, and after you show something like this, for people to remember is like memorizing emotions, not only emotion of knowledge, but other kind of knowledge, artistical emotion. Thank you.
Thank you, Salomia. I heard your voice in a beautiful message that the Brazilian team had put together. I would encourage everyone to look at that from last Friday, the Kesh Portuguese teaching, and Raphael is here. It was a very beautiful, I just saw it for the first time this morning as I joined that meeting a little later than I usually do. But that is a beautiful message again. And we're uniting these language communities on the knowledge of the universe. So this is another beautiful aspect of the Kesh Foundation, where I don't have to give up my language or anything like that, but we're coming together on the understanding of universal knowledge, which is a beautiful way to unite. Of course,
Mark,
when,
I think
yes,
what I meant, Ed, the extract from Mr. Kerr's voice, that is so powerful. So if Ed can share that unfiltered, that will be the best way to distribute for
uh,
others to listen to.
it sounds like it touched your soul, but that's right in the 360 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. So it's accessible to everyone. Like,
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex. I'm glad you love it. Yeah, thank you.
That was Ike, I think, from the West Coast. Okay, Alex, unless there's anyone else who'd like to say how it touched you, we can hear Mr. Kesh's teachings many, many, many times. And again, he said, you're going to be understanding this knowledge and teaching this knowledge in a whole different way as this elevation of the soul from the Creator starts to take place. For those who are here for the peace and those who are here to serve humanity as well as the universal community. I don't want to take up any more time. Alex, are you ready to share with us some more knowledge of Mr. Kesh?
Yes, I am, Mark. It's a tough act to follow, that's for sure. But if I may share the screen, I wouldn't mind going ahead, please.
It's touched all of our souls, and that's what it was meant to do.
The reason it's a tough act to follow is because we're racing ahead and we have a deadline. And the challenge for us has been is how to bridge, because not everybody is a scientist, and this science is for everyone. And I think today it's kind of appropriate because we've had this discussion in many other classes as to what is the basis for this type of knowledge, and we found that there are hindrances that are in place, and I think those hindrances are being like the walls of Jericho falling. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. Welcome to the Kesh Foundation Canada Plasma Education Series. This is a presentation on the plasma science as part of the intermediate public teaching. Today, we're going to discuss neutron math, and this is a collaboration between the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute and the Canadian Education Group. And Mark, I think I'm going to have to read the disclaimer again.
Would you like me to put it up for you?
Are you seeing the screen?
Let me just check. Sometimes the screens go behind the actual
Seeing the
background.
disclaimer
Yes.
on the screen right now.
Yes, I see your disclaimer now. I just closed the other screen.
Okay. So we have video and audio is good, Mark. Can I go ahead?
Excellent. Thank you, Alex.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Let me go ahead here. This is a disclaimer on the information and education material that's contained herein, because it's meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANS processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare service, advice, or counseling for medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments. Readers or viewers or listeners should always consult their physician, or in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from medical emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided as is and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing. But it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to. Thank you very much. We are working very hard. I must let everybody know that this has been initiated by the Kesh Foundation Brazilian Plasma Education Group. And we have completed 9 classes of the basic teaching because of the significant volume of new people that are coming on. So there's a untold number of people on Facebook, and there's over 6,000 people on the Telegram group. This is the North American Corona team teaching, which actually includes a simulcast on the Spanish media. And so we're covering a population base here of about 500 million people, and altogether we have less than 300 people on the Telegram group. So this has turned into not so much a North American Corona team meeting, but an international team meeting. And as such, many of you are much more advanced in the knowledge. And so I think the intermediate plasma teachings are appropriate at this time. And we will be conducting the basic teaching in the new year as well as the schedule permits and as the teams are formed. Today, we'd like to discuss neutron math because it is a natural extension and is kind of a bridge between what was discussed on Thursday and where we are today. Last week we discussed we discussed transition across various fields. These fields are all dynamic. There's an interaction on these fields. And we've been touching on various dimensions. And these dimensions all fall within ranges. And to travel within these ranges, we involve transcendence. And there's a reason for discussing this neutron math, or we can call it the neutron mass. And that is because we have put up for many, many years barriers to the knowledge of creation. And as audacious as it may seem, it is fundamental. Each and every one of us has a right, the universal right to the best of health and the best of quality of life, and also to the knowledge of creation. And so what we've been discussing in the past couple of months is that light has mass. And when we look at the periodic table of elements, they're all based on the mass of the elements. And of course, at this time of year, we see many religions conduct mass. And then of course we have the spirituality, which just adds to the mass confusion. And we need to eliminate not only this confusion, but we need to eliminate these barriers. And so today I'd like to try and eliminate the barriers of understanding of the mass, because fundamentally everything that we're involved with involves the creation of the universe. And so these teachings are based on the books, the first 3 books of Mr. Kesh, and how the universe is created, the universal order of the creation of matters. It's actually 2 titles, the universal order of creation and the creation of matters. And so the creation of matters involves mass, and that's what we want to talk about. But there's a correlation between the transmission of light and the existence of energy. And energy is fundamental to the creation of the universe. But you see, energy is always in motion. And that's the point that is the important factor when we're discussing the energy. In the universe, when 2 forces come together, they create a binding energy. And as they come together, these forces that come together are called plasmatics, PMTics. And they come together in a fundamental construct, as we see in matter state, what we call an x-axis and a y-axis. But as these fields work together, they also involve a z-axis. And this is a plasmatic condition. In reality, the PMTics that we see here are actually not visible. And the X, Y, and Z axis are also not visible. So when we look at the universe, it only stands to reason that it, for us, is not visible. What is visible is that little tiny red blotch in the bottom right-hand corner, which we say is man's universe. And this is a diagram taken off from the third book, The Creation of the Universe. And we see that our tiny little perfect world is very, very tiny, but we all know that it's not very perfect. And so when we talk about a transition, we have to figure out, how do we go from over there to over here? And do we go from over here to over there? And as we've seen in the previous seminar, that is our goal, how to make that connection. And we found that in book number 2, where light has mass and it's going from the fundamental product of creation to another fundamental product of creation. Wait a second, there's 2 products of creation, and there's a way to go from here to there. And then when we get there, then it splits up again. So now we know that there's a lot more to learn, and we're just at the transition point, trying to figure out how do we get from here to there, and where is there and where is here. So the universal order of creation of matter shows that there is, on the cover of the book, shows that there's a rotating field, and in the construct, the substructure of the construct, there's matter, antimatter, and dark matter. And so we say that there's a method of transition from there to here, and the light, which has mass. And so that mass is somehow manifest. And we have the origin of the universe, of which we are a part of that universe. And so we have an opportunity now to link up the soul, introduce the soul, and link it up to the source. And so when we look at this, we look at the mass confusion that we have, and we say, is our thinking backwards or are we upside down? But those questions are really irrelevant. The most important point of view that we have to figure out is, are we earthbound or are we spacebound? And when we find out that we are plasma creatures, then we find out what is our problem when we're looking at our earthbound reality here. So we see that we talked about ranges, and I want to advance that point with respect to ranges, because we see ranges as mountain ranges. And then in between mountain ranges, we see valleys. On the tops of the mountain ranges, we see ice, we see snow. And in the bottom, in the valleys, we see water. And it's kind of unusual that we see ice, which is a solid, above the water, which is a liquid. And it is unusual because water is a unique characteristic where the water expands when it freezes. And it's because of this characteristic that life is possible on this planet. And so we find that water is a fundamental solvent on this planet. And when we look at ranges, we have to look at the angle of the ranges. So on one end, we look at the ranges between, say, 2 mountains. But when we look at plasma science, we have to look at the range between the gravitational and magnetic fields. And so it's easy for us to understand that the gravitational aspect of it, the way we've been taught, is earthbound, and the magnetical range is, shall we say, skyward. And so between that range is where we are. And somehow everything that we do is transitioning between these 2 ranges. And so we find that there is an above the ground and there's a below the ground, and there's a continuity. And when we look at a complete cycle of above the ground and below the ground, we call it a sine wave. And that constitutes one wavelength, that is one range, and that is how we determine frequency. And frequency is a major component of light. So light has a frequency, but light also carries a mass. So we find that the problem with it is that when we look at the vacuum theory, we see that there's nothing there. But in plasma science, it's full of principal matter. And that energy is always in motion. And the thing about it is that it doesn't have a frequency. So this is one of the first things that we had to overcome, the boundary with respect to the maximum frequency of light and the maximum speed of light. And so we find that that principle works within the range of this planet. And we can't explain how nothing is nothing, and we can't explain how something is something. But the fact of the matter is something always, as opposed to being something else. We just have to explain it. And when we look at it, and this is the plasma cup that we're looking at it from the top, and we see that the GANs in the bottom of the plasma cup has created a rotating field. The picture on the right shows you a side view. You can clearly see that there's a rotating field there. But interestingly enough, what we now understand, what we're looking at, is we are looking at least 4 different states of energy here. So obviously there's a glass cup. We're looking at the matter state. There's obviously GANs in the bottom of the cup. That's a GAN state. There is a plasma state in the center of the cup. I didn't make it. The GANs did it all by itself. But did the GANs do it, or did the plasma do it? And then what we also found out in this particular experiment, that the plasma field exceeded the boundary of the cup, went beyond the boundary and became dynamic to the point it was 20 or 30 feet in radius from the center of the cup. So we have 4 different dynamic plasma fields actually operating simultaneously, of which the glass cup is the smallest component and the weakest state. The GANs is of a higher state, but it is still physical. But those are still the 2 smallest components, because there's been a very strong energy field that came in the middle of the GANs. And then there's a very even stronger dynamic plasma state field that went beyond the cup. So we are seeing energy traveling in various different states. And we've identified these states ranging from small m matter state, which is the lowest energy state, and then capital M matter state, which is plasma condition, nano state, GAN state. These are all plasma conditions. And then, of course, we get into the plasma state. So just a little confusion. All of these are plasma states. But when we talk about plasma state as its own, it is a higher energy state than the GAN state. But what we don't see is the transfer states. And each of these transfer states are between the plasma states. So there are 2 characteristics of plasma, and that is, one, that they absorb energy and they absorb fields of energy. And so this identifies the range of the state. And so within that range of state is a light transmission condition, and that is the speed of light. As it goes from state to state, that speed changes. The matter state, or the mass, is constant. However, there are other factors that come into play. There have to be, because the energy changes. So there's something wrong with our thinking here. And so we see that the energy transfer states are the barriers. So we have a duality in the plasma. We have a plasma state. We have to also have a plasma barrier. And once we transition that plasma barrier into another plasma state, well, we encounter another state. And so this is how it goes, state by state by state by state, higher energy, and we call that the elevation. But that has other meanings as well. So if we look at just the basics, and today we're just going to look at the basics with respect to atoms, because that is something that conventional science is totally dependent on. And conventional science has identified a nucleus inside a field. And so what is a representation here of a circular magnet? We talked about circular magnets in the past, but so we have a core, and inside that core, conventional science says there's a proton and a neutron, and on the perimeter is what was called an orbital, and the electron rotates around this orbital. But what we found from the magnets is that unseen, although the magnets are physical, unseen, there's a field. And so my question is, if we understand the fields that the magnets have around, each other and we can't see it. Why are we having so much trouble seeing the plasma fields? They operate basically the same way. There are flux lines around the nucleus. The electrons travel around the orbitals, and the neutrons reside within the nucleus. And so there's a relationship, and we find that inside an atom, we find that conventional science is a neutron is called a neutron because it's a neutral charge carrier. And we've identified an electron as a negative charge carrier, and a proton is a positive charge carrier. And so we say that the negative charge gives and the positive charge takes. In plasma science, we call the giving magnetical and the taking gravitational. And this is based on fundamental principles of attraction and repulsion. So we find that opposite charges attract and like charges repel. It's the like fields that interact. And when these fields are rotating together, they synergize. Synergy is the increase in energy level coming from the interaction of fields. Unlike fields, however, can't even see each other. They repel each other or they travel through each other. They're just totally independent, but they rotate in opposite directions. And this is what causes the repelling. So when we look at the plasma science, the attraction and the repulsion we call gravitational versus magnetical. Constantly seeking balance is the fundamental principle of plasma energy transfer. And fundamentally, the gravitational feeds the magnetical. If we look at what's going on inside the magnet, and we compare that to what we see inside a dynamic reactor, which we actually don't see, we don't see the rotating field, and we don't see the basic construct, which is the outer ring of magnetical, the core of gravitational, and there's a field in between. And so all three of these fields are plasma fields, and they absorb energy. This is the top view. Fundamentally, from the core out is magnetical, from the outside in is gravitational. This is the description of energy flow. Energy flow in a dynamic reactor. Very basic. So when we get out of matter state and we get into plasma state, we remove the magnet. And we find that in physicality, when we remove the magnet, we take the field with us. In the plasma state, because of the higher energy level, the field remains. And so this field is still there, the flux lines and the nucleus and the electrons and the protons, and therefore the mass. And so in a plasmatic condition, we can now substitute the plasmatic condition for the magnet and achieve the same thing. And as such, we can see that the fields rotate around the core. The plasma field forces are around the core. The plasma field forces within the core. And the energy flow is from the core to the out, which is magnetical, and the field forces from the out to the in, which is gravitational. And that is only with respect to the central component here. But when we talk about dynamic plasma reactors, we have to understand that there are other fields to take into account, which we're not doing right at this point in time. What we're looking at is the location of the neutron. And so we're saying the neutron resides within the nucleus of the atom. And being in the nucleus, it has a gravitational plasmatic field. But this gravitational plasmatic field is with respect to its environment, you see, because the neutron is its own magrav. So the neutron is having a mass, and a neutron is also manifest in the Earth's atmosphere because of its environment. We'll discuss that at a later time, but it is its own self-contained gravitational field. And so in a plasmatic condition, we define this gravitational field as the combination of matter, antimatter, and dark matter, just like we see in the cover of the creation of matter in book number 1. And this plasmatic condition creates, because it's gravitational, the relationship of gravitational to magnetical, gravitational is first. So it's a gravitational magnetical energy level balance. And that is called the MAGRAV. And that's what we're seeking. We're seeking a balanced field position. So what is the neutron doing in the plasma state? Well, let's look at the nanostate. We say nanostate is a kind of energy state that is higher than the matter state by an order of magnitude. So therefore, the neutron actually enters a higher energy state. And it does this as a higher gravitational state. The gravitational state is already a higher energy state, but the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. So what happens now if we go into GANS? Well, there's a similarity here. GANS is kind of an energy state. It's another higher energy level by another order of magnitude. And the neutron can enter this higher energy state as well. And it enters it as a gravitational state. And the gravitational state is a higher energy state. And the higher feeds the lower. Are you seeing the pattern? There's a pattern emerging. And so when we look at the plasma of the neutron, as we said, the magnet, a round magnet, has a magnetic field that repels and attracts. And if we remove that magnet, the magnetic field disappears. But in a dynamic plasma reactor, has a magnetic field that emits and absorbs. And we remove the reactor, the magnetic field remains. We can divide a neutron. The neutron is a dynamic plasma reactor, and it can divide into a proton and electron. And the proton and electron is in a combination. The question then becomes, what happens to the residual neutron magnetic field? Well, it's kind of gone. It's gone to another level. It's energy in motion. We don't know at this point in time. We're just looking at the artifact that is left behind, which is a proton-electron combination, which we call hydrogen. And this neutron is absent in the hydrogen. So when we review charges in motion, and we say charges in motion are either negative or positive, and that's based on surface to volume ratios. So the higher the ratio, the higher the negative charge. And the negative gives and the positive takes. Okay. And then we see that energy can be flowing or binding. Flowing to what? Binding to what? And if it's flowing or binding to itself, we say it's like a dog chasing its tail. That's not how the universe works. The universe works in combination. When we look at a basic energy parcel in matter state, we see that the fundamental way that life is possible on this planet is through the combination of hydrogen and oxygen. We call that H2O, 2 hydrogens, 1 oxygen. Hydrogen being smaller, it's magnetical. The oxygen being larger, it's gravitational. The balance of these two fields constitutes a MAGRAV, and we find that it's very round, very round. But because water is a universal solvent, the hydrogen energy shears off very, very easily. And it goes, well, I don't know where it goes. It goes to another energy state. It is energy in motion. What is left behind is the form artifact of the hydroxyl, what we call a hydroxyl. We now only have 1 hydrogen and 1 oxygen. The component here, the MAGRAV condition, is called a negative charge, and it has a direction of flow, and the direction of flow is towards the negative, which is the hydrogen in here. And so when we look at the periodic table of elements, each of these elements has a number, and that number is referred to as the number of protons in the element. So if we say that hydrogen is 1 and oxygen is 8, what that refers to is the number of protons within the structure. And we've seen that in the matter state structure. So we're saying that it's the weakest structure. But when we do the math, we take the number of protons and say, well, that's the atomic number. But the number of protons plus the number of neutrons equals the number of electrons. So we find that generally speaking, there are equal number of protons and neutrons, generally speaking. And so therefore the number of electrons is double the number of protons. But there's a fudge factor. And so when we look at the mass of the hydrogen, it's 1.00784, if that's accurate. Well, we call that hydrogen 1, kind of rounding it off to the nearest integer, which is 1. The 784, well, that's a little bit, whatever that is. And when we look at the oxygen 8, its mass is 15.999. Not quite 16, but, we call it hydrogen 1, oxygen 16. And the relationship, larger to smaller, magnetical to gravitational, it still is a balanced field. And this is how our hydroxyl is constructed. But we understand that the plasma rule, the higher strength feeds the weaker. And we keep repeating this to make sure that we understand. But you see, there's also an infinity loop connection, because now we're working in a plasma state condition. It's kind of what goes around comes around. Well, how around does it go? Well, first of all, if the gravitational is feeding the magnetical, where's the energy coming to the gravitational? So we find that by flipping a perpendicular field and putting that in here, where we flip the oxygen 90 degrees, we find that on one axis, we can give to the weaker, and on the other axis, we can give to the weaker, but it's in a different plane. And the combination of which is the maggrav, and the combination of which creates another plasmatic field that we don't see. So all of this activity we don't see, and this is the same what is going on with the hydrogen components, which are electrons and protons. And we see that there's a kind of a relationship. This is not the scale. The proton is larger than the electron. But what I want you to notice is that the composition of the electron is matter, antimatter, and dark matter. The composition of the proton is matter, antimatter, and dark matter. Oh, but the relationship is magnetical to gravitational. So the proton is gravitational, the electron is magnetical. And, oh, well, there's that infinity loop. So energy is coming and energy is going. And so this creates a construct. Okay, but we don't have a neutron. So by dividing this neutron, we find that the electron becomes a self-contained maggrav. We find that the proton is a self-contained maggrav. Wow, there's another pattern. And we know that the proton and the electron have a marriage link. They are linked together. And so hydrogen in a plasmatic condition is the marriage of a hydrogen and a proton. Is the hydrogen in matter state and the hydrogen in the plasmatic condition one and the same? No. Hydrogen is magnetical, and hydrogen is susceptible now to attraction to a new gravitational field. So now we're starting to dabble in the new math, because we're looking at a balance between the magnetical and gravitational field. And depending on the direction, it could be a gravitational to magnetical balance field. But energy is constantly in motion, and constantly higher is feeding the lower. And seeking of this energy balance is maggrav positioning. That's what's going on in the universe all the time. Positioning. We have to position ourselves based on field strength. Oh, field strength. Yeah. Based on field strength, well, we find that the neutron is gravitational. So the gravitational is the absorption of energy, and this increases the field strength. So the neutron field strength absorbs energy. Okay. So again, this is not to scale, but we find that the relationship of the atomic components, which we have described in plasmatic matter condition, is the neutron is larger, the proton is smaller, and the electron is smaller still. And so there's a relationship, but each and every one of these has a substructure of matter, antimatter, and dark matter. Each and every one of them has that. And by the way, principal matter is traveling through space, and it's also traveling through our tiny, perfect little world. It's traveling all over the place all the time. And the way the principal matter travels, it also has a component of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And so there is a relationship in terms of energy levels within the principal matter. And the absorption and emission of these energy levels is determined by the mass of the component and the environment that it's in. And so when we look at the structure, we say that the neutron consists of matter plus antimatter plus dark matter, and it is a self-contained magravs. Well, the electron consists of matter plus antimatter plus dark matter, and the electron is a self-contained magravs. It's almost like a game show. Proton consists of matter plus antimatter plus dark matter. Proton is a self-contained maggrav. And so we see a structure within a structure, and we see patterns. Now, how do we convert energy into mass? Well, we have solar field forces and we have earth field forces. And neutrons are additive. That means you can add energy to the neutron. And based on the plasmatic interaction of these magnetical gravitational field forces, based on its environment. So therefore, these field forces are determined with respect to its environment. So the small m matter conversion, which is physical, this is a physical conversion of energy into matter state. Okay, so the higher strength feeds the lower strength. Well, so what happens to the neutrons? Well, actually, they decay. And so based on the plasmatic interaction of the gravitational magnetic field forces, the decay is with respect to its environment. And the rate of decay is also with respect to its environment. Now, there are conditional conversions, and that has to do with the environment. So we can either decide, do we create elements or do we create molecules? And we have to decide from a neutron level if we're adding them together or if we're decaying them. And so the conditional conversion is based on the plasmatic interaction of magnetical gravitational field forces with respect to its environment. We keep repeating this because another pattern emerges. And so the new math, the new atomic math, the neutron mass actually doesn't have a fudge factor. We've eliminated the fudge factor. It's the proton mass plus the electron mass plus the mass of the plasmatics plus the total mass of the matter, antimatter, and dark matter. Plus, 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 plus. This is totality. And the totality is achieved through the energy level balance and position. Okay, so now we've eliminated another blockage. And so when we look at plasma, this we cannot see because this is not visible. What we're looking at is the plus, 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 and of course, the plus, plus, and plus. And so when we looked at the basic construct of what we said was a star formation, we looked at each rotating component here, which these are balls that are rotating, filled with GANs, and they create a plasma field. And when they work together, we find, oh, it's the same things happening here. We have a relationship. We have a magnetical relationship and a gravitational relationship. And we find that the lowest energy level, which is the matter state, which are the rotating balls, and they're filled with GANs, which is also physical, is part of the magnetical side. But when we look at the plasmatic side, we see that we have fields around these balls, and the combination of these fields create a dynamic plasma state. And what we also don't see is how big this plasma state is. But what we have is a transition barrier between the gravitational and magnetical. And so that is the range of this particular reactor. And everything that you see in here is within that range. And what you're seeing is 4 different plasmatic conditions: physical matter state, physical GAN state, non-visible plasma state, non-visible dynamic plasma state. So now when we look at plasma matter, we find that the PM ticks, which are rays, are not visible. The small m matter state is tangible, visible. The capital M matter state is non-tangible matter. Antimatter is not visible, is a principal matter, and the dark matter is the transitional matter, and they all operate, or they all absorb, different speeds of light. And so this is the fundamental of the plasma rules. Energy states increase by at least an order of magnitude. The higher state feeds the lower state, and they change. These energy state changes, and they're manifest through natural creation or natural decay. Energy transfer within an energy state is catalytic or non-consuming. It's when you transfer to other states that you either create or decay. And so these transfer rate changes are higher in a plasmatic state than they are in a lower energy state. And the small m matter state is the lowest, and it's the lowest by many orders of magnitude. So fundamentally, in 2 sentences, we say, well, plasma absorbs fields, and plasma is a barrier of fields. However, there's something that conventional science is not recognizing, and that is plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. And so this we cannot see, and this is one of the reasons we have to change our point of view. One of the nice things that we're trying to do here is to relate the science to us as how we operate as souls, and we have a mental condition, emotional, physical, and we have a relationship with the earth. And we see that this is all a visible reality that we're concerned with. And what we're trying to do is to take our visible reality and manifest our spirituality. That's not the way it works. The matter state is the form artifact of what we've created. And the creation is from the gravitational to the magnetical. The magnetical being the weaker small m matter state. But there's a problem with this picture here, and that is the capital M matter state. You see, because the capital M matter state is not physical. The small m matter state is physical. So we have to change this. And so what we got to change this is between the visible reality and the non-visible reality. So we now have a distinction between matter state, nanostate, and GAN state. These are part of the visible realities, and they are all manifest from the capital M matter state. The plasma state and the dynamic plasma state are manifest from other field forces, which originate from the soul. And we have 2 souls. Okay. And we'll talk about that next week. So the plasma rules, as we can see, the gravitational feeds the magnetical, okay, because the higher feeds the weaker, and that's within the structure. But this structure is in combination with others. And so there's a giving and there's a taking. The giving is first. And so we look at interaction, all things in combination, and there's a pulling and a pulling, pushing and a pulling, pushing being magnetical, the pulling being gravitational. We maintain a maggrav position in our condition, but we also have to maintain a maggrav position within our environment. So we're not looking at that in this picture. We're just looking at the basic matter structure and the substructure. And so when we're looking at plasma rules, not only are we saying that the strength is from the higher to the weaker, but that's the direction of flow. And it's determined by order of magnitude. And the direction of flow is also determined by the surface to volume ratio, which is simply an indication of its susceptibility. The susceptibility is the relationship of either magnetical gravitational or a gravitational magnetical relationship. Either or, this is where our skills come into play. But now we see that here's the problem. What we don't see are the plasmatics. What we don't see are the field force interactions. And what we don't see is the substructure of the matter, of the maggrav condition, which is fundamentally constructed from antimatter, dark matter, and matter. And so this is why we're always saying you have to see the fields. And when we talk about the fields, that means within the context of these various field states, the manifestation of the small m matter and the transfer of energy in the small m matter state, we've mastered heat and electricity. But when we look at other energy transfer states, it involves nuclear physics, which is stronger. We are now into plasma physics, which is even stronger. And we're looking at how to interact with dynamic plasma physics. We have a problem. We have to see that there are barriers between. And these barriers are what we need to combine the states with the energy transfer states. But another problem is that this is upside down. We find that the gravitational is the elevation, is the higher energy state. And as I said, we have a problem because of the matter state. The capital M matter state is of a plasma. So we're just going to change this. And now we have small m matter, nanostate, GaN state, plasma state, dynamic plasma state. And now we have the substructure on the right, the matter state, dark matter, antimatter, and the principal matter. Okay, things are starting to look a little bit better organized. One more thing. We have to differentiate between the physicality and the non-physicality. The energy transfer rules are the same. The game, however, changes as we go into the higher energy states. And this is the beauty. Why can we do this? Is because we are dynamic plasma state creatures. Why do we act on the lowest level? The lowest level has to do with attraction and repulsion. Okay, well, that's cool. We create a field, we create a gravitational field, and there's giving and there's taking. But we ask ourselves, giving to what? Taking from where? We have to understand energy is always in motion. So for new people to the Keshe Foundation, the cups of life are the cups of life, because physical and emotional well-being is a universal right. And what's going on in these cups? So one cup of life here, zinc plate on the left, which is physical, copper coil on the right, which is physical, nano-coated coil in the middle, which is physical. There's a relationship. there's an energy flow. What's the range? Range what? Between the physical and the nanocoding? No. Between the physical and the substructure, we create a GANS, because the GANS is of a higher energy state. That higher energy state is higher than the nano, higher than the non-nano physical. Okay, so the range is between the physical and the substructure, matter, antimatter, and dark matter. Same thing. Now we've elevated to a higher level state. We have a zinc GANS and a copper GANS. Okay, what is that doing? That's setting up an environment between what? Between the range of the GANS and the substructure of antimatter, dark matter, and matter. And we create the CO2 GANS. Where did that come from? Thin air? No. It came from the fat air, the amino acid. The amino acid is fat. And because of the opposite reaction, amino acids repel water. And thank God for that. Otherwise, we'd all be bags of mush. So this is a lot going on in this cup, but that's not all that's going on in this cup, because this cup is the emotional cup because it has the zinc. We change one thing, the copper plate on the right, that becomes physical. The emotional is of a higher level. So the gravitational feeds the magnetical, but the gravitational is the taker. The magnetical is the giver. And we find that the physical is the lowest energy state. And so combined together, they create a dynamic plasmatic condition together. And this is, yeah, this is us, where we have a gravitational condition now, which is a combination of the two. Well, we add a third cup, the cup of soul. All the plates and all the coils are nano-coated. And the soul is of a higher level. The soul feeds the emotional. The soul feeds the physical. We are horizontal creatures. So as opposed to plants, which we consider vertical creatures. So although we walk around during the daytime vertically, we sleep at night horizontally, and that's when we get a chance to dream. And that allows our soul to kind of entertain itself and run free. Each of these cups has a soul. Yes, each of these cups has a soul. So the totality of the field strengths that you're seeing here, beyond the physical cup, beyond the physicality of the nanocoating, and beyond the physicality of the plates and coils, involves a magnetical field, a gravitational field. Those two create a range. The soul in the center. And so what's missing? The combination creates a field. The combination creates a gravitational point. The combination creates a soul. So what we have here is a combination of 4 souls in a star formation. We now know that there's a pathway to go from here. What we have to see is what we can't see. And what we have to stop seeing is what we can see. What we can see is the physicality, small component. What we can't see are the fields, large component, the largest energy, the largest sources, and it's all there. We just have to recognize it. So there's no stairway to heaven, and there's no stairway down to hell. There's only the stairway in, and that in is to our soul. And that's where we are most stable. And as beings, human beings on this planet, we are most complex. And as such, that is our gravitational point. And everything that we do from there is the magnetical point. So fundamentally, yeah, a small m matter state is physical. Yeah, we can touch it, we can see it. Capital M matter state is plasmatic. Okay, we can't touch it, we can't see it, but we can sense it. So when someone asks us how to define plasma, yeah, it's a kind of energy state. Well, what does that mean? Well, it's a kind of energy state that involves creation. And when you're talking about creation, everything involves creation. And hopefully today, we've outlined why the interaction between what we call the speed of light, the mass, and the energy, and the interaction of which has limitations placed on us by old science. The new plasma science has taken these limitations away. But the limitation that now remains is understanding that the ethos of the universe has to be taken into account because all things have been created. All things are part of life. All things want to grow. And in order to do that, you have to take into account morality, compassion, courage. There are other things that you cannot measure, things that you cannot control. It's just part of our ethos, and it's just part of our way of doing things. So we have to see that there's a difference. When we're doing self-serving energy binding, if we do that at the expense of others, then we are limiting, we are controlling, we are actually creating sickness because there's a pain that's associated with that kind of taking. It becomes a violation. We have to stop that. The universe is bountiful, it's giving. And so we are now at the points, we can call it the gates of hell, but really we're also at the gates of heaven because if we understand how energy is flowing, all we have to do is just change a point of view. We, instead of self-serving at the expense of others, self-serve at the enhancement of others. If anyone in your community is sick or debilitated, that affects the whole community. The community is sick and you are part of the community. You cannot not be part of the community. There is no participant observer relationship in quantum physics. You cannot extricate yourself from the universe. You are part of the universe. You always have been, and what you are doing matters. We are seeking emotional and physical satisfaction in our life. And the two universal languages on this planet, music and sports, give us that. However, that is an earthbound condition. We also have spacebound conditions, and we have to take another language, and that is vitality, a plasma-bound condition. The universal body enhancement units that we're bringing forward restore emotional and physical vitality, okay? The quality of life matters, not just here, but everywhere. And the reason for that is because energy is always in motion and there are no bounds. So when we look at the displays that we have in Austria, which show the material enhancement unit and the body enhancement unit, those are tangible things. But we are non-tangible. We are plasma beings and we come from a source. There's a delineation, there's a transition between the non-tangible and the tangible, and it goes from the top down, higher to the lower. There's something missing. There's something missing in the middle, and this is where the mass confusion comes in, and we have to eliminate that. So we've eliminated the confusion about light as a carrier of mass. We've eliminated the confusion with respect to the periodic table and the neutron math. And we are starting to eliminate the other relationships. We're just messengers. And the message is peace. And the reason for that is because in order for us to participate with the rest of the universe, that's how the rest of the universe works. And peace and friendship in the universe is the substructure of the matter state that we're enjoying today. And I say we are enjoying it because we have heaven on earth. and we are part of it. Thank you for listening. This is the end of class.
Thank you very much, Alex. Would anyone like to bring up a point that they've seen? Do you want to keep your screen up, Alex, with the flower on it? Or I'll put
You want me to
back.
put it back up?
Sure. I had a question about the plasma, where you have the principal matter, transitional matter, and matter. You have boundary layers or boundary areas between the antimatter and the dark matter and the matter. Can a principal matter go directly from a principal matter to the matter state, or does I understand that the dark matter or the transitional matter has huge gravitational fields? And is that where the principal matter would leave its energy in the dark matter or the transitional matter to become matter?
See, that's such a good question. And to understand that, what I'd like to say is this.
The boundary layers right there, yes.
I'm almost there. Yeah, I have to do it this way, sorry. But if the higher feeds the weaker, or the highest feeds the weakest, what happens to the layers in between? If we don't feed the layers in between, this is the one you're talking about, isn't it?
No, the picture of the plasma with the principal matter, the circle, the cover of the book.
Oh, okay.
And these boundary layers that are in between the antimatter, dark matter, and matter, what's going on at these layers? Can a principal matter convert itself into matter without going through the loss of its energy through the transitional matter, or what we call the dark matter?
Every matter state is being fed. Every single matter state is being fed all the time. So the principal matter has different energy strengths, has different energy field strengths. When these energy field strengths are complementary, then they're additive. When they're not, then they don't see each other, they just pass through. So each one of these layers, be it antimatter, dark matter, or matter, absorbs principal matter. And each one is a substructure of the other. Now I know which picture you want to talk about.
Right, and that jagged edge sort of that goes the sawtooth. No.
Hmm?
No.
I'm sorry?
The boundary layers between these states of the plasma. There's an interaction right there where your red arrows go back and forth.
Correct.
Does a principal matter have to pass through a transitional matter to become matter, or can it looks like there's an interaction right there?
That's correct.
Matter.
There is an interaction at that point. So what we're not seeing is the gap in between. The gap in between is the transfer state. There is no rule that says you have to go through the various transition states. There's no rule that says you have to go through the various matter states or energy states. It all has to do with attraction and repulsion. And it all has to do with field strength. And it also has to do with the environment. And I'm sorry, it also has to do with the combination of forces. So one of the problems that we're going to have is, when do we take and when do we stop taking things into account? Because if you have to take everything into account all the time, you will never have enough time to do anything. So you kind of have to, and this is where we get away with the fudge factor, sort of, you kind of have to say, well, I'm going to take this into account and I'm not going to take that into account. although it will have a factor. So when we're looking at the subject that we're talking about, there are other subjects that we're not talking about it, and they factor into our subject of discussion. And this is how we build. So we have what we call a unconscious and a consciousness. So the consciousness is our manifestation of our unconsciousness. But the nice part about our unconsciousness is that we don't have to take the time and energy to worry about that, because the MAGRAV condition of our unconsciousness has been taken care of for us. And so we find that we have other dynamic forces taking care of other dynamic forces. What we need to do is we have to look after our own self-serving basis. And the universe is benevolent, and it constantly gives us these forces. And these forces will come in at the point of need. So let's say, for instance, that for argument's sake on this picture, that we have a deficiency in the antimatter. That force is what we will get. Let's say we have a disruption in the transfer between antimatter and matter, which would be an energy transfer state. That energy will come. It'll come if we ask it to come, if we engage with it, if we recognize it. And this is where our problem stems from. We have not cultivated our skill level and be able to draw this energy. And I'm not accusing anybody. I'm guilty of this myself. So these are all part of the things that we need to learn. One of the beauties of teaching this class, it clarifies the thinking. If I can't explain to you what I'm trying to explain, then I'm having difficulty, and the answer is not there. But if the clarity of thinking comes to be able to explain it in a systematic manner, so that it's understandable, then that means I understand it. When you look at the 360 Knowledge Seekers workshops and the thousands and thousands of hours that Mr. Kesh has taught, you will find that there is a consistency all the way down the line. And for a lot of people, it's confounding because they are trying to relate it to the small and matter state. Well, that is the weakest of all energies. And that is the farthest away from who we are. The only thing that we have with respect to who we are that is matter state is the outer surface of our skin. Everything else is in plasma state. Now, we do have a physicality with respect to our body, but the control of that is done from the soul level. And we have cells which are in a plasmatic condition. And the control level of the cells is in a plasmatic, it has a soul. And so that pattern emerges where you have a cell with a soul, you have a body with a soul, and we have a soul, and our source has a soul. And so now we're looking at a connection of a variety of fields. And there's an interaction of these fields. And the determination of this interaction is actually based on need, on a deficiency. And if there is a deficiency, the universe, in its benevolence, will give all that you need, no more, no less. There is no bank in the universe. It's, oh, geez, I'm running a little bit low on my soul energy. I'll just stop at this planet over here and gas up with some soul energy. So you can't quantify it, not really. But there are relationships. And that if we understand these relationships and the giving and taking and what it means, then we can become more skillful as givers. There's a big difference between being a giver and being a leaker. And a leaker is punctured. A leaker is not giving, and a leaker is depleting, is self-depleting. And many of us, because we don't understand the plasma science, are in that condition. That's why not only is this earth in a lockdown quarantine from a ethos standpoint, but we're also now locked down in a virus standpoint. And we're finding all the systems are breaking down. And that's good, because these systems have been preventing us from understanding how energy is transferred. And the biggest problem has been the confusion in being able to explain it. And so one of the benefits, as I say, of being a teacher is to actually have the experience of explaining it. And not enough of us are taking advantage of that opportunity. So I run the risk of explaining my ignorance when I teach, but also I reinforce my knowledge, and I also am able to draw in new points of view. So seriously, I'm able to make this presentation, and I like to make it in a prepared form because it allows for a continuity of thought where you can build. Mind is the builder. So building is part of creation. So you want to construct a picture, you want to construct an image, and you want to come up with a complete picture that is useful to everybody and in context, not only in context of the environment, but in context of what we're discussing. And my challenge is trying to bridge the gap between those who have no clue as to what we're doing, not even aware, and those who are extreme knowledge seekers and highly skilled. And how do we bridge this? And do we stop and wait for the masses to catch up? No, we have to elevate our transfer state. And so we can do this on a physical basis through academics. We go through basic school, high school, university, and all that good stuff. Or we can communicate on a soul level. And that's part of the problem that we're having on this planet. Too many people have disconnected from the soul. We're operating in emotional and physical constructs only. And there's a reason for that, because it allows us not only a delay in consequences, but it allows us a delinquency where we don't think we have any consequences. Well, that's not the way it works in the universe. There are no delays, there are no banks, there are no stores. In fact, just energy is always in motion. And so are you able to reach out your hand and capture that energy? And it's not like you're reaching out your hand to, say, capture a bullet, because that's in a physical state. So the way you capture is through attraction. Well, how do you set up attraction when you've created a field of repulsion? So we're good at creating fields of repulsion. We build fences. We practice social distancing. We put on masks. And so our boundaries are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And we need more space. Don't come near me. So, we can't put 80,000 people in the stadium. They have to be 6 feet apart. So it'll take up the whole countryside. And this is what life has come to. We've totally gone the wrong way. And the good news is that it's highly visible. We like to see things. And what we're seeing is the total collapse of the old science right in front of us.
Another
We
question,
have
Alex.
to make a
Oh,
choice.
go ahead.
Yes,
If
Go
no
ahead.
one have any question,
Jalal, you're welcome. Please join me.
thank you. If we see this picture, and this is the 3 component of the plasma. So this is a very big indicator that wherever you go, in which level in the plasma, you will have the three components. But how much from these components is your strength? I have a question. When you can you show the picture of the hydrogen and the oxygen, please, if you can?
More?
No, it's okay. It's okay. Yes, yes, this one is good. What makes this hydrogen a hydrogen and this oxygen as oxygen? When both of them contain the three component. What we see here,
Okay, so which question are you asking?
we have here hydrogen 1.00784. Yes, and we have oxygen 15.999. And from the previous picture, we see the plasma dictate three components.
Right.
So what make this hydrogen as a hydrogen? What make this plasma hydrogen and what makes this plasma oxygen?
The word oxygen is actually, for convenience sake, it's actually hydrogen 16. I'm sorry. No, it's hydrogen 8. We just call it oxygen for the sake of convenience. If we had to go through the periodic table, then everything is made out of hydrogen. So, but the hydrogen construct has multiple personalities. And this is where the fudge factor is coming in. When we look at the periodic table, you see the hydrogen is all over the map. And this is something that I haven't discussed in this intermediate class, because the understanding of how hydrogen morphs between basic electron proton and electron proton neutron, and then multiples thereof, is fundamental to understanding plasma science. The Richard Feynman quoted, and he was a scientist from NASA. He says you could put the entire energy of the Earth inside a thimble. A thimble is a little metal cup you put on your finger to prevent yourself from getting pricked when you do your sewing. I need 10 thimbles myself personally. But anyway, you could put all the energy inside a thimble. Well, that's incredible. And this is the scientist who's working on rocket propulsion and on nuclear bombs and things like that. And he had this understanding, but he still stayed with NASA. And so that becomes very, very difficult in my mind, because you have an emotional conflict there. You're trying to understand how the universe is created, and at the same time you're part of the science team that is creating these unbelievably destructive weapons, seriously, weapons of mass destruction. So this ethos is what is binding everything together. And we have fundamentally, when we look at the relationship of the sun and the earth, it has created a condition. And so that earth has established a physicality. and within its range of its soul and its gravitational point to its magnetical field, it has created a condition. And that condition is based on other conditions within that field. And when those conditions are right, the gravitational field will be additive. So you first of all create a neutron, and then from there, you can create an aggregation of neutrons, an addition. And so in the oxygen, there are 8 neutrons. And the nearness and proximity of these 8 neutrons create a structure which creates a gravitational field. And it continues to attract more and more and more until it hits a certain plasma boundary. And at that point in time, it reaches a critical point. Baliska, I'm going to change the screen. We're going to go back to this screen here because, as I said, this was an intermediate teaching, but there are basics, advanced theories that we really have to understand. And one of those things I'm going to have to understand is how to do this better. But anyways, we're having some fun. The thing is, if you look at one more, the one on the left as being a representation of the neutron, and the picture on the right as being the relationship of the proton to the electron. And you find that our position is a small dot in man's universe, which is on this picture. It's not the scale, but it is representative of an electron. So not only are we tiny within our own universe, but we're tiny with respect to the other elements in the universe, which is our sister planet, our sister universe, and the solar system, and the rest of the universe. So, you know, if what you're doing today, are you going to have to take into account what is happening on the largest portion, on that highest level? It's not really necessary for you on a day-to-day activity. However, the mere movement of your hand, creates a magnetical field positioning pressure. And other things have to adjust for that change in position. So although on your day-to-day activity, the movement of your hand may be something so simple as picking up a cup of coffee and drinking it, or on a universal basis, the movement on your hand is affecting what is going on in either the sister universe or the original universe, wherever that is. Because everything involves attraction and repulsion, and everything involves a positioning therefrom, because energy is always in motion. So we have the capability to decide which energy to bring in. So on this planet, we have 100 some odd elements that we recognize in the periodic table of elements. And the only reason we recognize those elements is because we can see them in physicality. But each of those elements has a substructure, a plasmatic substructure that is created through the interaction between the sun and the earth. And so if we were to look at this picture and say, wait a second, man's universe is the earth and the sister universe is the sun, or is the sister universe our sister universe and the sun is on the big one on the left-hand side? You know, which is it? It all depends on your scale. It all depends on, what you take into account. And we have this capability, but we're not using it. And we're not allowed to see it because of the mass confusion that's brought in by these various schools that we have. And each of these schools, as much as they pretend to want to teach us, they actually limit our teaching capability. Like if we go to, if we go to conventional schools, it may take 13, 15 years for you to go through all the schools. How are we going to do 13 years, 15 years teaching in 3 months? We can't do it the physical way. And why can we do it the plasmatic way? Because we are plasma creatures. So by connecting our souls, we have a higher gravitational field force. And that gravitational field force can direct not 8 or 16, but over 70 trillion cells in our body. Talk about dynamic plasma. Holy cow. Think about it. It's magnificent. I hope I answered your question, John.
Thank you, Alex. Stephen here, his hand up.
Yes, before Stephen, I'd like to go back to the triangles you had there, Alex, or look like mountains. I just wanted the others to see something, and that would be you had water in between there, and the two.
That's right.
One of the first slides, and just to see the similarities, we know the Earth right here. We know the Earth has done a lot of creation, a tremendous amount of creation, and we're doing some creation in the cups. Mr. Keshes taught us the water here between these two could be an ocean, a sea, or a bay, and it's salt water. And this is the interaction between the walls or the plates on each side and the salt water, which is where the creation happens in the interaction of the fields. So I just wanted people to see the Earth and see a bigger ocean or a bay or a sea and equate that to what we're doing in the cups as sort of a replication of the creation, and of course, the interaction of the soul of the planet as well.
Yeah, this is one of the things that is confounding. We've seen some movies where people want to go into the deepest depths of the Amazon jungle or the African jungle to find a cure for cancer. And when you look at the atmosphere, hydrogen is kind of number 1, and oxygen, I believe, is number 3. No, but actually, when you look at the composition, nitrogen is 80%, and oxygen is somewhere around 19%, and then all the rest of the gases are in the smallest. So, if we have to go to some obscure place on this planet to find a cure for cancer, then the universe is pretty stupid, because they've given us 99% of stuff that we don't seem to understand, and we discount it, because it's all around us. I think we need to wake up to the reality and say there's a reason why our atmosphere is 80% nitrogen. Okay, it's a fundamental to us, and if we add energy to the nitrogen, it becomes oxygen. If we subtract energy from the nitrogen, it becomes carbon. And the difference is the hydrogen. Well, there you go. You've got your amino acid. You talk about the building blocks of life. So who's right here? Is the universe stupid, or is man stupid? I'm sorry to put it that way. You want to be politically correct? Oh, is the universe smart, or is man smart? How's that for being politically correct? Well, when you tell the universe to shut up, I don't know if that's very smart. And we haven't been acting very smart on this planet. So this technology is available to everyone. The homemaker, the carpenter, the shoemaker, the mechanic, the truck driver. Everyone has an opportunity to enjoy and be entertained and to utilize the plasma science. Okay, because we're all here for a purpose. And now we understand that there is a purpose as opposed to not having a purpose. Is there anything more depressing on this planet than not having a purpose?
Yes, trying to find that purpose and not discovering it. Quite frustrating.
And it's a shame to go through all of life, right? And you know, what do
Yeah.
you get when you get a room full of seniors? Think about it. Say 10 seniors, 70 years old. What do you get? 700 years of experience in one room.
And they're all trying to figure out what was this all about.
Yeah. Oh no, but these people are expendable, right? Because of our pension systems, and you know, we need to socially distance them, and we need to put them in nursing homes to vegetate.
But on this
Something.
picture, I just wanted the others to see the similarity between what we're doing with cups, say, and what the Earth is doing with its ocean, seas, and bays and walls around them.
Well, that's it. That's the problem with the plasma science. It's natural. It's it's not man-made. It's natural plasma.
Steven's had his hand up for some time. Do you want to continue with that, Alex?
Sure.
Your explanation?
I'm
Okay.
I'm at your service.
Stephen, would you like to come in, please?
Yes, hello, how you doing today? Could you put up the picture of the book cover where it shows the matter, the antimatter, and the dark matter? It's like a singular, it's like the
uh,
circle where you just showed like the one on the left, but it's a singular picture.
okay. Well,
It's a singular slide. It just made it bigger in the,
I'll see if I can. I'll see if I can do this.
Take your time. No
Anyway,
rush.
go ahead with your question, please.
We can
Well-
see like this small also. It's not a problem, I think.
okay. And it was perhaps a little bit of more of an observation of that when you when Mr. Kesh talks about the creations of matter, you see that the picture shows the circle with the matter, the dark matter, and the antimatter. And you guys were talking about the squiggle earlier, in between. We lost it now.
Yeah, I'll be there in a second. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'll be there in a second. I just.
So last week we mentioned what I call the 3 of 9, which is the 3 of 3 conditions, or the 3 conditions being the matter, the intermediary, and the field. And yet there are 3 of each in a way to try to help you visualize it. There's 3 conditions of 3 conditions. And so so looking at your picture here, you have this is the matter state where you explain that you have the matter, the antimatter, and the dark matter. And this is what's in the weakest of the state of the conditions, which are the matter states. And so in the intermediary condition, you could, to visualize it, you could take the word matter and put it where one of the squiggles is, and the antimatter where it's another squiggle, and you could put the dark matter where the other squiggle is, and then you would have where the word matter, where you would have the words matter, where you would have intermediaries of ganses. And so in a way, if you think about the gaps that are between matter, and you think about how the gaps are between the GAN state, in a way, it's the intermediary condition of, and those, it kind of explains the component tree, the three components of the intermediary. So
actually, Stephen, the intermediate components are complete. They have all three states. So that the gaps that you're referring to are within a plasma state. So let's say you're in the GAN state. There are gaps in the GANs, or in the nano state. There are gaps in the nanoparticles. So you can have these gaps, and they are significant because they determine the field strength between the attraction and the repulsion. The gaps between here, the squiggles, these are transition states. They are also whole. They have also all three. You need all three. You can't just move one and leave the other behind, because the substructure is consistent of all three components. You see that there's the basic structure. Before you can create a field, you have to have a reference point, and all three are important to have a reference point. What has to be clear here is that the field strength of these three fields are not the same. So we have been taking liberties when we have been drawing pictures and say we draw 2 points and they look the same. They're not the same. You can't have 2 points the same, because if you have 2 points that are exactly the same, then you have a balanced condition. You have no energy flow. You have no energy flow between the two. The only energy that you have flowing is in a different plane. So in other words, if you have a consistency of a Magrav condition, you have that structure, but energy has to come in, go around, and go out in order for you to maintain that, because energy is always in motion. And this is the difficulty that we're going to have in understanding the plasma condition, because we have to see that these things are moving all the time.
So the
okay,
squiggly line-
okay. So what I was trying to explain is that this is the what I call the matter platter of understanding of the matters.
Right.
So if you were to rotate this 90 degrees and do a 90-degree perspective and say draw a straight line across, that's the matter condition that I consider it. Above it, which is the intermediary condition, has the same construct but in a different plan. And so it's because
on
I
a
can't.
different energy level.
Well, what I'm saying is because it doesn't have a point of reference. That's what I'm saying.
It has its own Magrav condition. It's an energy transfer state.
Is there any way I can annotate? How do you annotate? Is that a possibility? Or do you have to have a whiteboard?
Oh, I guess, yeah, you can annotate.
You're in the phone or in the PC?
PC.
PC, right you have the green bar in the top of your screen.
I don't have anything like that.
There is a view option. View options.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
view options.
And you can.
And then,
Oh, okay. I see. Annotate. Okay. So let's see if, can you see that line? Is that the wrong, let's see, a different color?
yeah, there's a yellow line at the bottom. See it?
Okay. So let's see. How do you choose a different color?
You can make it thicker also if you want.
A what?
Thicker.
Thicker.
Oh, thicker. Well, anyway, let me just, okay. So if this was rotated like this, okay, to where it was it lays flat, okay?
Yeah.
What I'm suggesting is that that's the matter state of the condition.
Correct.
Whereas, let's see if I can get, okay. This becomes an intermediary, and let's see, let's try this, the field, okay? So you had, let's see if this is this a color? Okay, is that, do you see a difference? Is that black? Okay, where here, here you had your three components. You had your dark matter, your matter, and your antimatter. In the matter state, you also have in the intermediary state three components.
That's right.
That they're not matter, they're actually like spaces, or kind of like the opposite of what matter would be, like not an antimatter, but the lack of matter. And so what you get is like this.
Yeah, but you created a gap in between the layers.
Well, that's only because we haven't gotten to the point where, let's see, you would see spectrums exist where you go from the weakest to strong. There's a spectrum in here. There's spectrums.
That's right. And
in
there are
here.
levels. There are intermediate levels, right? So,
And so
yeah.
So if you can visualize that, when we think about how we visualize that, take the way rain is created in this planet. You have your cloud above the earth mass, and so there's a change where, to me, I consider this the intermediary plasma, the cloud, and as it manifests in this, there's a change of state. So we have, what we're looking at is the spectrum, in a way, is the change of states.
You can change this change of state within the range. And so the range that you're referring to, the clouds and in the sky, if you will, is between the gravitational and the magnetical fields of the Earth. And this is all a physicality.
Right, because see, I'm in this level right here. And yeah. So, but I was just trying to go back to this here, the picture, and how, in a way to visualize it, the squiggly lines, when you get to this intermediary level, there's the E inertia, not the I inertia. That
no. We're the intermediate level is a complete energy state. It's a transfer state. So, the inertia involves the environment. We're just looking at the structure of the matter at this point in time. So although, the advanced teachings going into 4 and 5 cups, we're just at the intermediate level here. We've just been discussing the 4 cups. So if you want to discuss the 5 cups, you take these 3 levels, and the 5th cup being the planet, because it has its own construct. And then there's a relationship between the matter state, which is a plasma manifestation, and the Earth plasma manifestation. There's a field interaction. That is your inertia field. And depending on the field strength and depending on the environment, you will get your element, whatever it is, whatever you want, whether it be copper, whether it be oil, whether it be gold, or whether it be a fruit fly. Things manifest according to the environment within this range, and within this range is within the Earth's boundary. You see, the thing is, within the question we have to ask in the conventional science, and they refuse to answer this question. Well, actually, that brings up a whole bunch of questions, but we need a rocket with a booster to get out of this range. But once we get into the, shall we call it, into the space, the rocket doesn't have to burn, but the energy keeps going. Well, conventional plasma can't explain that. Okay, because it doesn't take into account the gravitational and magnetical field force interaction of the plasmatic substructure, which is there, and the plasma science does. Because when it's traveling, and last week I talked about transition, and so the transition is going from the bottom of your diagram to the top of your diagram. When a satellite is traveling, that is transmission. That is traveling between the range. It would be traveling along the red line, or along the gaps between the red and the blue line, or between the red and the yellow line. That's the difference. So we have transition and we have transmission. And when those two cross over, and you take into account the environment, now you have transmutation. And that was Tesla 129 that showed in the immediate jump, in a split second, went from 92 Tesla to 129 Tesla. That is a jump of 37 Tesla. 37 Tesla is an incredible number alone on its own, let alone energy transfer state between 92 and 129 in a split second without affecting the X and Y axis. So to the casual observer, oh, nothing's happening there. Well, to maintain the MAGRAV condition, the balanced field condition on the X-axis, there has to be a balancing of the positions of the energy coming into the matter, antimatter, and dark matter, and the principal matter on the X-axis and on the Y-axis, because they're all working in different planes. But the Z-axis, which was the Tesla reaction, was absorbing energy. And so how do you retain that energy? You do that on the neutron level, because it's highly gravitational. And in order to maintain its highly gravitational construct, it has to change its dynamics. And it did. And why that happened, because there were other factors that were affecting the conditions. And most people can't see that, because this particular picture is only showing the MAGRAV construct of the point of reference. It's not taking into the rest of the environment. So there's a point of reference, there's a point of source, and then there's an environment. All of these factors have a substructure of matter, antimatter, and dark matter. It's there. It's non-visible, non-tangible, and you know it because you are a plasma being. You move, you sit, you think, you draw on a computer, you do all these things, and you don't have a rocket up your butt, okay? And you're not making a lot of noise except when you probably sleep at night and you're snoring. But other than that, you know, we are plasmatic creatures, and the plasma science is following natural plasmatic means. Conventional science cannot explain how a fly flies. You ever try catching a fly with your hand? I mean, it's amazing. All you know, if you're just a little bit slower than the fly, you can't believe how evasive it is. Can you do that with a jet plane? I don't think so. So why are we, shall we say, gravitating to the lowest energy? We should be gravitating to the highest energy. And then when we find how we do that, oh, wait a second, we can exchange energy without sacrificing. We can become catalysts. And as catalysts, we can become additive. We add the energies together. The universe is a wonderful place. We are in a wonderful place. And the fact that we now have the opportunity and the gift from the Keshe Foundation to not only learn this and discuss this, but to practice it and incorporate it in our life. So, you know, not to over exaggerate, but this has to do with the freedom and emancipation of humanity, not only on this planet, but with respect to the rest of the universe as well. This is a really big deal. That's why it's so important for all of you to be here today. And that's why, you know, everybody's devoting their time to this, because we understand how important it is. What we need is to teachers to do is to be able to do this in a simple way, to be able to get to as many people as possible. Physically, it's not possible. It's the slowest way. We have to do this on a soul level. So everything that you've drawn here is already innate. It's already part of our DNA. It's already part of our RNA. It's part of us. We already have it there. We just have to utilize it and see the fields.
Are the squiggly lines the space gap between the three components where the interaction takes place?
Are you asking me or
No,
Anyone?
no. The interaction is within each state. The squiggly lines are the transfer states, the transfer of energy.
The space gap where it happens?
No.
No. Okay.
No, it's a total transfer state. It's a the higher feeds the weaker through the transition states. And when you transfer through the transition state, you actually change the energy state. You see, the point is this. We see physicality as a manifestation of the plasma condition, but there's no rule that says that the plasma has to manifest into physicality. In other words, the antimatter can manifest into dark matter, and the dark matter can manifest into matter. But also, they can go both ways. So energy can transfer between these energy states without ever manifesting into physicality. There's no rule for that. The beauty here is that on this planet, we have a presence in physicality. And this is a wonderful thing. So we think because this is the lowest energy level that we are lower beings, and then when we look at supernatural beings, we say, well, they are of a higher energy. I think what we're coming to realize is that they don't have the capability to manifest into physicality. This is an additional skill that we have innately. And maybe it's a good thing, because for a lot of people or a lot of souls, when they look at this planet, this is the last place you want to be. So, you know, we've all sort of kind of made that leap to come to this planet thinking, you know, it's like we were at the Planetary Tours Bureau and they say, well, there's this lovely place that you could go to. You just have to dodge the bullets. But, you know, we have the capability.
So if I might just finish up real quick here. So the S over here, so in the way I look at it, this older picture, and trying to explain it, I could consider this matter the solid, this antimatter the liquid, and this dark matter the gas, and then the center being the matter plasma. Because I consider this whole circle the matter state, which was this lower level here, and then lower condition, which the 1 through 5 cups in a way are the spectrum within it. And that's why I wrote the numbers on the right-hand side. And so in going back to what Mr. Kesh said about the conditions, and that's why I put the I of inertia in the matter state. And then I used M plus G with E being an intermediary inertia, and then of the intermediary state, and then I use the field state, which is just the matter as the mag grav field condition. So the top one has no matter. It's the lack of matter and the lack of a anything, basically. I call it the nothing state in a way. The intermediary being the transition. And going back to Alex's picture over here, where I wrote the states, the squiggle lines are the transition or the change in states between the matters. That's kind of the way I look at it. I'm not trying to say that's wrong or anything. I'm just saying that's the way I see it, and I didn't know if Mr. Kesh can expand
Well,
on that.
I have two comments, Steve.
Sure.
One is that the letters that you've assigned, solid, liquid, and gas. I'm not sure that they would be right in that basis, but I don't want to worry about that right now. What I want to say is you're trying to relate the relationship of the matter, dark matter, and antimatter to something that you can relate to in physicality, which is the difference in the solid state, liquid state, and gaseous state. And so that would be appropriate. Okay, I can give that to you because the representation of the picture is of an energy state. We haven't decided which energy state. Okay, so if you're deciding solid, liquid, or gas, you're deciding small m matter state. But if you're deciding matter, antimatter, dark matter, you're definitely deciding a plasma state. Is that plasma state in a GANT state? Is that plasma state in a dynamic plasma state? That is not spoken of here. We can see the substructure manifest itself in each and every state. So in reality, if you were manifesting a solid, the substructure would be matter, antimatter, and dark matter. If you were manifesting a liquid, the matter, antimatter, and dark matter is a substructure of the liquid. And if you're manifesting a gas, then the substructure is a matter, antimatter, and dark matter. When you're looking at the creation of amino acid, it is coming from the air. And at the point of the boundary being the magnetosphere, which is the outer boundary of the physicality of the planet, and which is interacting with the boundary, the magnetical boundary of the sun, the interaction of those two fields is manifesting into a physicality. But is that physicality at the magnetosphere or is at the surface of the planet? And so this has to transition itself based on environment. That's where you take into account the inertia and the gravitational fields of the planet as well. What we're talking about here is strictly the substructure of whatever energy state that you're in. And so if you can just like let go the physicality and see the substructure and see the interaction of the substructure, and then see and compare that to the substructure of another reality, and compare the two and see the energy flow between them, then you're going to be home free. And if you understand that we are already at the highest level, So it is because of this high level that we can manipulate all these other things. If we were at the lowest level, then we're like a stone in the sand. We just sort of kind of sit there. Not that there's no energy flowing. There's still an absorption, still an emission. Energy is still going around because we have a maggrav condition. But unless I pick up that stone and throw it, it's not moving. So that's the difference. We can move without a motor, and so we've demonstrated that. We can get lift without a motor. We've demonstrated that. And we can affect our emotional and physical vitality, and we've demonstrated that. And so what's the holdup? And so it all boils down to what I call mass confusion. And as we try to break those things down and explain things, and as teachers we become skillful at explaining this to others, then then the progress is setting in. And now we have a very, very strong motivating factor, because we are either going to do this or we will succumb to the lockdown that we are experiencing today.
Well, do you differentiate the particle from matter? Do you see where the particle, even the God particle at the highest spectrum of the matter state,
It's a plasmatic, it's a PM tick.
So
it's a partial unit.
So what's inside the PM tick?
Charge, a positive charge, and it's traveling.
And what's inside the charge?
Matter, antimatter, and dark matter construct, substructure.
And then what's inside the construct?
Same thing.
Well, so you don't see the transitional level where something manifests from nothing?
Well, yeah, the transitional level also has a substructure, but it all depends on field strength. Not all PM ticks are the same. And, if we can go one step further, not all neutrons are the same. See, when you look at the periodic table of elements, they have assigned a mass to the neutron. The mass is based on the element. And so, we just took the mass of the element divided by the number of atoms or by the number of protons, and we figured out how many neutrons. Well, that's not taking into account the plasmatic condition of the neutron. And so we don't know what in fact, we don't know what the mass is. We're just kind of fudging that number.
So let me say it this way. Can you go from the third dimension to the second dimension to the first dimension to the zero dimension?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You're doing that all the time.
So how do we come back the other way then?
Well, the same way. You just have to go to a different plane. Higher feeds the weaker. So you just have to change the force. When you're looking at say a virus, it has a structure, and that structure is the balance of its magnetic gravitational field, which is an energy pack. Okay, and you have to drain both.
Now, I was just trying to get to the point where we move beyond the particle and
you can move beyond the part of the PM tick is the particle
as the construct.
Yeah, it's energy, and the particle is energy.
And the energy is the construct. Can you move, and then you move beyond that?
No, the universe is energy in motion.
To the field strength.
Field strength is the manifestation. Yes, that's correct. Now you got it.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent question. Thank you very much.
May I? Salome, I am Salome. So I asked Mr. Kesh once, from classical physics, I know that we have waves, and the light can be wave and can be particle. And he said to me that we have a field of waves, And these waves in time will become all particles. But for the moment, only few which interact, these waves, two waves interact, and they create particles, these pemetics. And I have also a question. My question is, it's a kindly demand. If you'd like to um, elaborate a little bit on the relation between matter, dark matter, antimatter, and key 1 point in the middle, and the structure of our body. You had a slide, but maybe you can clarify it and repeat, because I would like to understand better what is a soul of man, what is a physical soul, and physicality and emotion and mind and all of this, and to put in links with what we know in the universe, small universe in relation with universe. I don't know if it was clear.
Every one of these has the same substructure. So when you're looking at these various plasma field states, they all have the same substructure, but they work at different strengths. And in order to go from matter state to matter state, you have to make a quantum leap. And the energy transfer state is the actual leap mechanism, if you will. There has to be a transfer state, which is a construct of these three. And to go from a matter state, small m matter state, to a capital M matter state, you have to have all three to be able to make that jump. But the thing is that for the purposes of explaining, each matter state has these three fields, and each transfer state has these three fields. The skills that we have to learn is how these fields interact, because we can go higher or we can go lower. And the determination is, generally speaking, through the neutron, because the neutron, you can either add the neutrons together or you can take a neutron to decay. In the process of the decay, then different physics happen, where you can have the one neutron breaks down into an electron and a proton. However, you look at your body and you say, well, at one point I was a child and now I'm an adult, so therefore I grew. Well, if you are growing, then, and you have so many cells in your body, is it possible for you to grow? Well, because the neutron is absorbing energy. And in the process of absorbing this energy, it is increasing the size of its field. So something has to change in order for the size to change. Something has to change in order for the energy to change. So in order to maintain that construct, there has to be some kind of point of attraction, and there has to be some kind of point of retention within that construct. And that is the magnetical gravitational field range. And within that field range, plasma absorbs. And it stays within that range because it has a boundary. And the reason it has that boundary is because, and if I may annotate on this particular picture, and it's just because we have this picture. Okay, so let's just see if I can use this picture to annotate this and say, okay, well, here is our center point, and we can go from this center point, we can go and transmit energy, and we transmit this energy to the outer point. But when you get to the outermost point, it curves back, right? And then when it gets here, it goes to the outer point. And then when it gets here, it comes back. And then how does it stay where it comes back? Well, because it has to be absorbed, and it has to be, but before it gets absorbed, another one has to be emitted. And if it, in the meantime, it has to go around, because energy is always in motion. You can't just stop it. So if the energy is coming in, it's absorbed. But before it comes in, it has to be emitted. Well, once it's emitted, now you've created a condition where you can have an attraction. And then before that attraction comes, it has to be emitted on the left-hand side. And now that that's emitted, you can have an attraction on the left-hand side, and it comes in and it stays in there. So as long as there's a balance, then that Maggrath condition remains the same, and that's staying within that state. Now, if you want to transfer to that state, to another state, and you start to add this energy, where's my cursor? So now all of a sudden this becomes a bigger field strength. It started to hit the boundary. At this point in time, it's going to interact with the transfer state, and it has to decide, is it going to release the energy and get smaller? Is it going to increase the energy and get bigger? And so it has to make a decision, and it's basing that decision on its condition and its environmental interaction.
Thank you.
I'm trying to keep the answer as simple as possible.
You had another slide explaining what is soul of physicality, mind, and related with GANs, nanostates, and plasma state, and dynamic plasma state. Yes.
Yeah, it'll take me a second to bring it down. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, but while I'm doing this, can you ask your question?
Yeah, I understood. Thank you very much. I am I'm practicing Reiki and all this, and my wish was to understand the process, because my spiritual teacher asked me, why do you are interested on physics and you want to explain? Because I asked him, but he was not able to explain to me. And this is a reason why I came, another reason when I came here to find the answer. Thank you very much, because now I can understand what we are practicing, going to another level of energy, and going up and going down. It's up to us to choose.
Yeah, and the big problem is in our matter state. Let's say if I take a piece of wood and I apply a saw to it, I may create a table, or I may create sawdust, or I may create both. And so some people, they're happy to create sawdust, because then they use that for burning or whatever, or putting it in a septic system or whatever. And it's amazing what people do. But the thing is that we're used to making one thing, and on the other end being garbage. Well, in the plasma state, you always create two things, and there is no place for garbage. You know, when you look at the universe, there are no garbage trucks. And so when you create an amino acid, you also create water. And it's always, but that would be on the one state. Who's to say that you're not creating something on the physical state and that something is not transcending into a plasma state and being created over there? Well, it is. Okay. And that's the thing. When you exchange energy, that energy, you know, let's say an example was you have water, okay, and then you mix it with something else. You may generate heat. Well, where's that heat going? Okay, so then that heat dissipates. Well, what do you mean it dissipates? Where does it go? So it has to go somewhere. You can't grab it, you can't bag it, you can't hold it. It's moving and it goes into another state. So is it gone? No, it's just transcended into another energy state. So if it's transcended into that energy state, what's going on there? And you can't see it. So we say, well, I can't see it. It's out of sight. It's out of mind. So it's not happening. Well, it is happening. It's just that you can't see it. So we're not taking that into account. Well, now we have clearly seen that when we set up the conditions in the cups of life, that something happens. And we say, okay, I have put a nano-coated coil in there and I have manifested GANs. No, you have put a nano-coated coil in there and you've put a non-nano-coated coil and you've created a field gradient. Now you have a range, and it is between that range and the soul range. These are two separate ranges. And then there's a range in between. And in between there, we have created a condition where the GANs manifest. So the GANs wasn't created from the nanocoating. The GANs was created from the interaction of the fields from the magnetical gravitational range. Now that you have the GANs, you've shortened the range. Now because you've introduced a higher field strength. So now it's between the magnetical field strength, or between the gravitational field strength of the higher condition and the GANs. And so now we created another GANs. And so you create more GANSes, now you create a soul. Okay, well now you've elevated the field strength again. And so you've shortened the range. Now you're working on the one state there, and you can do amazing things. And as I say, there's no rule that says, well, now whatever I'm doing is going to manifest into physicality. Not necessarily, if you want to, and if you need to. But you know, we're coming to a real problem, and you know, sorry to say about the spirituality, because you know the spirituality is the motion of the soul. You know, it's if you coach a team, you know, if you can capture their spirit, that spirit will move their physicality. And if they have no spirit, then they're just a bunch of players on the field, and they won't be doing anything. And it doesn't matter how skillful they are. So it's the soul that is the builder, and from the soul it manifests. And how does it manifest? You manifest mentally, then you can manifest physically, and so on and so forth. So this knowledge is now coming to us, but this knowledge is not exclusive to us. This is the point. We're not at the center of the universe. We're the travelers of the universe. The universe is energy in motion, and we happen to have a skill where we can do the same thing. We're also travelers in motion, okay? But you know, we're restricted on this planet because of our conduct. The universe doesn't operate that way. So either the universe is going to engage, but it's not going to engage hooligans. So then it's going to set up a barrier. And if it sets up a barrier, then we're going to be awfully lonely. So we better change our attitude and understand that our souls are interacting with the rest of the universe, and our souls are always true. Always true. You cannot fake sincerity because it comes from your soul. So no poker playing in outer space. Thanks for your question, Sullivan.
Me too. Thank you very much. I think that this pandemic creates time for us to return in ourselves and understand that we are the universe and we can communicate at the soul level with everybody on the planet. And we can go to visit at the soul level, at the plasmatic, dynamic plasmatic level, all our relatives and lovers, and it's possible. We did before, but now we understand better how it's possible at scientific level, because everybody can do it. We are not in a prison. Soul is not in prison. He is free to travel. Thank you.
There you go. And now we've set up a path to advanced learning. So we see from this structure that we have a lot more to take into account. And not only are we going to move ahead with these intermediate teachings, but Mr. Kesh is not hanging around. We have March 21st is a deadline. Don't ask me what's going to happen. I don't know. However, I know it's going to be significant, and so the reason I have that assurance is because I'm not going to tell the universe to shut up. That I am still a knowledge seeker, just like everyone else.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Alex. Jefferson has put a question comment into the chat. Jefferson, are you with us? Would you like to bring that up?
Hello.
Hello, Jefferson.
Good day, Jefferson.
Oh, so glad to be with you all here as usual. And Alex, wonderful as always. Thank you very much. You know how I appreciate your teaching and how I can understand them. But I don't know if the question that I put is directly related to your class.
Sure.
Doesn't matter.
Sure.
Maybe.
Would you like me to
the
read
question,
it? Oh, go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, if you can make this,
Let me
or
read.
maybe you have your
Yes, I
expressions
have the
much
chat
better
open.
than I do.
And then you can comment further, Jefferson.
Okay, thank you.
Jefferson puts in the chat, good evening. Glad to be here with you all. If I have understood correctly what Mr. Kesh said in the KSW 360, when creating the 5 cup set and interacting and aligning with them in a certain position, we can receive all the knowledge and message of the Creator through the soul of man and not by knowledge of the books. Or did I understand it wrong? We'd better make them as fast as we can. The time is running, humbly saying.
So I have a strong opinion on that, and that is that the 5 cups are an educational tool. And if we can understand the interaction of those 5 cups, which I haven't discussed with today, then we become more skillful. But whatever is transpiring within those 5 cups is capable of transpiring within our soul. Too simple an answer?
Yes, it's okay. For me, it's okay. I got it. I understood. Because I'm incentivate so many people to build these 5 cups. Because I believe it's an interlock for us who are starting, that don't have so much knowledge and sometimes unable to get that knowledge as fast as we can due to the language barrier, mainly here in Brazil. So I just pushing them to make the cups. Maybe they can interact and understand a little bit more the fields, the interaction, because I felt this. I have the 5 cups, and everything changed in a lot of different ways. So I think it's amazing. Everything changed after I made them in the physicality, interacting with them, and that's our own experience. I think it's worthwhile. Everyone who have the opportunity to make them, because I made it, and I feel that's wonderful interaction, and I think that I know what Mr. Cash said about receiving some coded messages sometimes, or understanding some coded messages that normally Mr. Cash passes. I believe all of you. Sometimes I think that all of you already know everything and are just waiting for us who doesn't have so much knowledge to come together. I feel that you are waiting for us to grow so you can get the better position in the humanity. That's my view about this. Thank you, Alex. Wonderful. I understood.
Yeah, Jefferson, thank you. The waiting is really where the problem is. We've come to the point where we don't have to wait for anything anymore. Frankly, everything has been taught. What we're really all having trouble with is absorbing this information in a way that we can, start using our skills. And there's I think it's still confusing. What would I call to the mass confusion, because we're looking at it from the bottom up and not looking at it from the top down. So we are the creators creating, and for a lot of people this is insulting, or it's heresy, and that's too bad. Because the universal laws are not heresy. When we look at the man-made laws, for man-made laws to superimpose onto universal laws, that's an outrage. That's an absolute outrage. And the only way that we can do that is to disconnect from our soul. Because if we connect to our soul, if I could do a metaphor, the soul would give us one hell of a spanking, and it would hurt a lot. Okay, and this is the problem for a lot of us. We are afraid to come into contact with our soul because of a lot of the violations that we've done to the universal law, and so that is going to create a lot of pain, and as such is going to also drain a lot of the energy that the soul needs to edify itself. So for some of us, unfortunately, we're going to be going into a depleted soul condition, and others are going to be into an elevated soul condition. And you don't just pick and choose that way. You are, okay. You are. Life is for learning, and we make mistakes. And for me, I'm highly critical of myself because I make so many mistakes. But then I look at, one of the reasons I make so many mistakes is because I do so many things. So it's kind of unfair. And so what a lot of people choose to do is to do nothing. Okay, if you don't do anything, you can't make any mistakes, and that's a very safe way to do things. We cannot be non-participants. We have to be participants, very much so. And there's something that I didn't bring up today, which I wanted to bring up next week, but the thing has to do with responsibility. Knowledge automatically invokes responsibility, okay? Because if you know that your improper use of something is going to cause damage to someone else, and you don't say anything, and you don't do anything, then you're an enabler. you're part of the problem. And that is really absolutely the worst possible position that you want to be in. That's my point of view. I don't want to be in that position. So, if I need motivation, I can motivate myself two ways. I can say, I really want to be here to teach. However my capability is, that's what I'm doing. This is the best of my capability, and I'm trying my best. But if I'm here because I'm afraid that if I'm not here, I would be causing other problems, well, that's a motivator too. So
Stephen would like a follow-up if he could.
Well, I guess my question was, as being part of the Corona team, and really my point or my participation is in crisis management. Is there anyone that is currently in crisis that needs more specific knowledge so that they can have peace? Because everyone that's in this meeting should have found peace by now through the technology, through the cups. And I put it out there usually every week or so. Is there anyone that's in crisis that needs to find peace that hasn't found peace through the technology?
as far as North America is concerned, yeah, we're probably looking around 450 million people. In Brazil, it's 1,000 people a day are dying. And someone somewhere is not having enough compassion. The lives that are saved are being saved by the 6,000 some odd people who are in the Telegram group, and the countless many more that are in the Facebook. I don't know how many there are there. And by the phenomenally powerful Brazilian team that is setting example for the rest of the international community on what it takes to get things done. And we don't have
Well, I
to.
meant specifically here in this group.
No, we're here because there's nothing more important. We are here. All of us here can go to bed at night with peace, knowing that we are protected from the virus through our own knowledge. And however, as of yesterday in my country here, we are locked down, and we have no understanding as to why. We are told that there's a increase in the number of cases with respect to the virus, but we don't know where it came from. It's not where it came from back in January. So we're all working in the dark. This is causing mass confusion. With the plasma science, we know exactly what we're doing, why we're doing it, and the motivation for this team really is to try and increase our field strength so that we can communicate with the rest of the souls on this planet. And on Sundays, it just happens to be a very convenient day where we do 2 reinforcements of the plasma dome around this planet. And, it's a very exciting thing. But we don't just have to do it 2 times on Sunday. It's nice if we all do it, and then it really creates a dynamic field flow. But otherwise, we do it all the time. I spread those fields out 10, 20 times a day. It all depends on how many times I come into contact with people. And right now, we're forced to practice social distancing at the risk of a huge financial penalty. So something's wrong with that system.
Okay, I just wanted to ask in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen.
Would anyone else like to come in? Alex, how are you? Okay.
Except for my throat's getting sore. Well, it's terrific questions today. Really, this is great.
Diane has put into the chat. I heard on the news they found the new strain from the UK in a couple in Ontario, Canada. Well, we already know there's at least 26 or more mutations. It's been identified by Mr. Kesh and some of the others. But the cup of life works across the spectrum. Well, the cup of life is basically for the lungs, but then we go into the copper cup, and I think it takes care of the rest used in combination.
Well, the emotional and the physical have their limitations, and the soul is beyond that. And so one of the things that I've tried to set up here is this is the what you're looking at on the screen is the precursor of the cup of the food cup also, and how it is constructed. So we have been, shall we say, enticed with other cups coming down the road as on a need be basis. I think we are going to see a phenomenal change in the next 4 weeks, and we all know why. And so we just have to stay the course, and we have markers along the way, and we need to recognize these markers because they teach us and show us that we're going in the right direction. It's my point, there's never been an inconsistency. So at the moment you see an inconsistency, and then that is what disqualifies a theory, and we have so many theories abounding, and a lot of these theories need to be put to bed because they just don't work, and why do we keep leaning on these theories? And it's a lot of fun, having a debate. So you look at the legal system and how lawyers like to debate the law. Well, fun and games is over. This is a life and death situation. It's really nice to go to school. It's really nice to sit in the classrooms and enjoy and exchange ideas. But we're in critical times, and we need to make sure that we don't leave anybody behind. Anyone who has the opportunity, they can be attracted through by our field forces. Those people who think that the virus is not real. Um, I haven't done many cases in my area, but I have. I've had to make 5 breathing cups this week, so uh, it doesn't cost much. A little bit of effort, a little bit of time, remove the doubt. Okay. Oh, does it work? I don't know. Just do it. Just do it. I have one person who didn't do it. They're no longer here. 31 years old, died in the sleep, left a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old daughter. Young daughters need a daddy, and daddy's gone. And it's not for not having what he needed, it's for not recognizing what he needed when he got it. So, you know, the train has left the station. We're on the train. We're still going slowly enough that a lot of people can come on, but that would be a physical jump on. We're going to go faster. They're going to have to get on the soul level. So the new teaching that's coming is pretty much exclusively on the soul level. It's really when I look at the basic teaching and the intermediate teaching that I'm doing, in many ways it's all obsolete already. But you know, that's all we know at this point in time. So we're just trying to bridge it and trying to bridge it as fast as we can. And we will, because there's a powerful group that's working in Brazil showing us the way. Really powerful group. Actually, I sent a video to you, Mark, of the Friday recap of the year 2020.
Mhm.
Anyone who was at the Brazilian meeting on Friday night, I'm sure experienced an extremely emotional of it.
It's a very elevating video. I would encourage all to go to the Portuguese public teaching and to see that video. I watched it this morning after you sent it to me, Alex. Thank
Actually,
you.
I'm hoping, Mark, that you might be able to finish this session with it. Do you think?
I have something else lined up for that. I could possibly do that. Micah has put in, what is the plasma dome you had mentioned? I think he's referring to this peace dome that
Oh,
we're
yeah,
spraying.
yeah.
Micah,
Well,
we all spray our communities together on Sundays. This is from Ed.
thanks, Mark.
At 12 noon and 1800, 6 p.m. CEST. Translate that to your own time zone. This creates the energy dome around the world. Mr. Kesh says we're going to continue to do this until the world peace is achieved. It's to spray a peace dome into place.
Can I ask a question for Mr. Cash?
He's not here, is he?
Mr. Cash, are you there?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Cash. Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Cash, what's happening in the Gulf?
Pardon?
What's happening in the Gulf?
What do you mean in the Gulf?
In our area, there is a lot of movements nowadays.
In which way?
The submarines and all of these things.
What do you expect to happen?
Someone pushing something?
I don't know. You should know better. You come from there.
and you, you are much involved there.
We know there is 30 days left of an administration, which has been a total failure. And we know that the American president made a commitment to the Israeli state that will diminish and finish the state of Iran before he goes out. But he was planning to do it in the next 4 years, but trying to bring it down in 30 days. But what we see is not much movement, but a lot of rhetoric, because at the moment, they can't gather military hardware to do much. So it's going to be a long distance, whatever they want to do, but don't pay much attention to it because we see what is in the background and behind it. It's just one big failure man trying to show he's so big out of his failure. He hasn't left any legacy of time. And he's trying to pay his son-in-law for the marriage he paid for, and I can put it in no better than that. But we don't see much. We've got to wait and see overall what is the move in different parts of the world. But these things always has been the move in the next 30 days because his key has been taken away from him. He wanted to launch outright, and all that has been taken away from him. But he can push few things, but not much more. He's trying to use the space gap in the position of new administration and what he can do, but there's going to be a lot of discussion on what can be done. He's failed again and again in the past 4 weeks to do a lot of things in the Middle East. Any other question?
Mr. Kesh, do you ever see a differentiation between the president and the people that are around him actually doing all these things?
This president is a unique president, what you have going out. He is one of the most incompetent leaders we ever seen in America. And he is one of the most the only thing, the legacy is left, will be left for him. He's the highest bribe collectors of the history of America as a president. No president has collected more bribes than him. That's for sure. And he has done it through a lot of backdoor agreements between his daughter and his son-in-law and his son and all that, which will come up. I was talking to the head of national security and CIA a few weeks ago. And as I said in one of the teachings, he is expected to be imprisoned by May, June of this year, at least his son and his daughter in the states, in upper states of New Jersey, unless he can buy himself out. But in general, the world leadership will change in coming time, where there is a lot of there's a lot of push for changes underneath, and these lockdowns are helping this to come out. You got to realize lockdowns is only to European states and English-speaking states up and down. I was talking to the Chinese office. They have nothing at all. It's as normal as anything. We talk to people in different states. This is the repetition of the Second World War, European situation creating a position for world control, but doesn't exist anymore. And when we speak to the Chinese, the economy for them as buoyant as ever been. They're self-sustained economy. India is running the same way. So world leaders gradually, especially in European and what we call Western style leadership, will start unraveling and unfolding as people will not take more. In Europe, you locked down until mid-January, enforced injections. Well, people will stand up. And it's just something that why we teach the elevation of the soul for people to be able to see their way out. As Alex said, there is a lot of teaching coming on. There's a lot of position changing teachings coming on that will start teaching in a different way. Keshe Foundation is doing a lot of things in the background very quietly, very, very quietly. I don't even let the members of the Keshe Foundation know how we are operating, what we are doing, and how we will merge in one position than that. Because we have to change the souls. And if many of you understood the teaching on Thursday, you're halfway to be able to see your soul. At least to be able to confirm its existence. And if it's all just making cups and standing and watching what's going to happen, you're just backing into the magnet system making. The teaching of past 3-4 weeks is so in depth, beyond comprehension of many, many people. Don't forget, 3 months ago, they told everyone to just smash the 5 cups, get rid of them and the rest. And we know why. These are the people who are aware what is to come, the change comes, and they don't want to change. They want to still abuse mankind. Those who promoted destruction of cups and everything, that are what I call, we know how they operate, these people. And now with the new teaching and what is coming up, and now we haven't even started touching the use of the cups. Then you will see by March 21st, mankind should be in the total soul of the universe or creation and revelation of a new soul. That all we agree. Soon will be understood. But it's building up, we build it up, and we'll see. We don't need the whole 7-8 billion people to know. We need one to change the totality. We build it up to the point that knowledge seekers will start building collectively systems that will interact around the world at the same time. We brought you the Maghrebs and didn't understand. We brought you other pieces, couldn't understand. But we need the time. It's a pressure cooker. It's got to build up to the right temperature and the right pressure for it to blow. And world leaders won't have my sense. This is what I said to a communication with the government officials, that all the management, all the directors of the fighters have to accept the injection. And we give them 4 weeks, and then to them, to their children, and to their family, and the whole board of members of the fights, and see then what happens. And the information which has come out in the past 48 hours, now we are analyzing to see how it is, what it is that all the Pfizer's injections carry microchip, chemical microchip, that it builds up a circuit, communication circuit. And we have asked our specialists now to analyze people who know, understand it. Since this morning, I'm working on it. Once the injection enters the body, it forms a liquid circuit. The circuit has been decoded by the Russian scientists. We know that, most of you most probably know. Now we have to see the operational frequency. And that's what we're searching for. We're looking, number of scientists and organizations I've asked this morning are looking into decoding the frequency of this liquid, what they call chip. We know this chip was developed by what they call Microsoft. Bill Gates promoted it, it's patented. We don't know how it is. Now Pfizer's first injections have been analyzed with the Russian scientists, and the circuit has been developed. So we look, we've asked those who are experts in it to see what this microchip, it has to have a communication receiver and transmitter and a source of energy. So we are analyzing it, our team, and some top experts are working on maybe the next week, 2 weeks, maybe tomorrow. We will get the analysis, the frequencies, and that frequency, then we can produce a plasma to work according and with it.
Mr. Kesh, did you see my comment to you? Well, I sent you something, a link.
No.
I think it was yesterday. You might find that very interesting.
This is what we look at, is how the information comes to us from the resources that we work with. Okay. And if we find a frequency of this microchip, liquid microchip, then we have the design of it. Russians have opened it, deciphered the electric circuit. It's been deciphered. And if it is true, then we have now commissioned teams who are expert in this to decode the frequency which operates on there and the power supply, what it needs. We know it uses human temperature as charge battery, but the rest we decode. Just need a few more weeks, hopefully, if those who decoded for us pass the decoding. Now they know the chip is available. We should be able to find a solution.
Well, Mr. Kess, I just wanted to mention that in the next week or so, you're going to see a change in the United States that was grown out of the press club in 2016 when we did that, when we made that venture to the press club. You're going to see a change that you asked for and that we wished for through the Universal Council in the United States. And no matter what puppet leads the nation, you're going to see the people take back the country in effect. And so my point is that with all the propaganda and everything that's going on about the virus and how it's creating more fear, can you speak about, I know we talked about the virus, how there's a pretty much a fingerprint and how it relates to calcification of the blood cell, and how that's a rarity, but what we're seeing is more of an intentional poisoning of people. And I wish you could talk a little bit about that if you know anything about it.
Can you enlighten us more what you're talking about first?
So what we started to see is an upper respiratory poison that's being spread that has the same type of results as a virus, or it mimics a virus. It's kind of a bioweapon, like on an anthrax type level poison that's being spread. And so I just wanted to know if like the people in Brazil and some of these other countries are understanding that the virus in a way is the result of the virus, and how it calcifies the blood cell and how it comes about as an energy packet is one thing, but then there's also a poison out there that is a bioweapon poison that is also being released that can create hotspots and that is manifesting as the virus. And so just trying to get as much information out there to people because as I said, in a way to help manage people in this time of crisis, we want to put out as much information as we can so that we can focus on the problem and have people use the cups to resolve the problem. But there's also a toxicity thing that's come about too. And I wonder if you could speak about any of that, or if you have any information about that.
No, I have no information. I can't make a comment. But if you follow the process of the cup 1, cup 2, and follow the correct process of using the 2 cups in conjunction with body use, inhaling, and drinking, whatever comes, more or less, you're 80–90% immune.
Yes, I understand, and that's the beauty of it. What I meant was that it's in the psychology of the human, where, like with a lot of the conditions that we create in our body, we claim to be the victim, where we actually create our own conditions a lot of times. And so what I was saying is that a virus, in a way, is like the sniper you said. You never know, you don't see it. It could take out specific people, where a poison is actually an intentional act by other humans to do other humans harm. And that's what I was trying to get to.
You see, we have always had that in different shape and form. It's nothing new. And in so many ways, even rain clouds and rainstorms and storms, which they create synthetically, we don't know the harm of it till we actually come months and years and decades later on. I've seen the use of this. I've been in the shower of, what do you call it, fake showers they create. But nobody knew till later on we found out the harm of it. But now there is 2 things which we have to be aware of. One is scaremongering, and one is knowing you have, doesn't matter what reality hits you. We stay very strong in position. We understand a lot of things which is about to happen or will happen. But on the other hand, the human race is very resilient about these things. And you got to realize the most dangerous things, whatever they try and do, will not harm totality of the population of this planet. And what we are concerned with, and we come across to be whatever, will be the developed nations or developing nations. Nations like India, like most of the nations in Africa, people in South America, majority of the nations will survive. And this is part we look at. The European nations have played these games, and American nations played these games for decades now. At the end of it, the story is good. At the end, we'll end up the good way. We will achieve world peace, we will achieve everything which we are looking for. But in a way, the people who've been cause of most of the wars are outputting themselves, one way or another. One way or another. If you look at this new injection system, the old and the people who are harmed, the old have passed the cycle of life in so many ways, and now what are they saving? Or are the old, because they're old, are used for testing and to see which numbers has been called upon, and the number is, as I said in one of the recent teachings, Hitler printed the number on the arms of his prisoners. Now, Mr. Gates has injected into the arm of every man the number, as that's his plan. So whatever comes, whatever they try, they cannot wipe out 7 billion. Limited numbers. China will survive, for sure. India, majority of the people will survive, for sure. The only people who are in harm way are Europeans and Americans. A few Middle Eastern nations will become the puppet of testing and the rest, but in general, the only winner, what I see, is the state of China. They can try everything they want in any shape or form. You cannot enter certain ways, and they cannot enter different ways into, unless the Americans what they did, and the Chinese are very clever. We watched how the Americans spread the pig flu in China. We found the systems, the mechanism they use, and the mechanism was used by American-based people in China. Now with the corona, there are not much many Americans left, so they have brought it under control. And they're watching the rest of the operation, but in general, the loser will be European nation. They'll be killing themselves. Exactly like Second World War. How many Chinese got killed in the Second War? How many Indians got, unless the British brought them in as a part of Commonwealth, and it's not there anymore. This is what I watch. How much the, what they call the European states, will destroy themselves. And you have to understand how it is done. If you look at the background of it, Rothschilds have financed all these nations. And this time in against the war, now they're bringing nations to their knees through bankruptcies that they have to borrow back from them. The equation is very clear. Last time they destroyed buildings and everything, now they destroyed industries and businesses. The same way. But much, much bigger scale. Enormously large, much bigger scale.
Thank you
The
very
only
much.
loser are the state of European state. We see it. Unfortunately, we see it. But on knowledge seekers, my advice has been to all try to understand the process of the cups, because these cups are the true cup of life. They'll get you out of it. They'll get all the knowledge seekers out of it. But we don't see it. We know what we taught it, the reason we taught it. Soon, if you listen to the teaching of last week or this Thursday and you literally understand it, I saw Alex understanding a small part of it. And part of it needs correction, but in general, you will find many people will find salvation, food, and everything else through these cups. Cost not much, but will save a lot of lives. Food, national security. Health, all of it. Will come true. The cups are so many ways, when understood fully how they work, will create you a lot of comfort and a lot of knowledge, huge amount of knowledge, how to survive everything. You'll survive. If you understood the use of the cups, you have found the secret not only to salvation of your soul and everything else which you are worried about, you'll find the answer to a lot of other things. A lot of knowledge, which we don't need to reveal. It depends on our intelligence. I always said, if you go back to the teaching from the very beginning, I always said people will take from this technology according to their intelligence. How intelligent are you, and what you see as a way out? Not for the others, for their own soul. And then try to decipher very rapidly. The knowledge I give needs to be deciphered. And if you decipher it the wrong way, you end up, as we say, in the arm of the enemies. And if you decipher it the right way, you find your way out. As I said, I learned from the teaching of Magravs how the knowledge seekers work. Knowledge seekers way to be spoon-fed and run. Actually, knowledge seekers should run and then try to spoon-feed themselves while they're running with the knowledge. Listen to the teaching which is about to come every week. Come very, very precise, very close to understanding of the work of the soul. Very, very close to understanding of the how nations will walk out of this. If it's left to us, we'll bring conditions that it can be done the right way. Left to them, they take everything from you. Depends which side of the fence you want to sit. But the knowledge in the next few weeks is not a knowledge that many of you think it is, the way you are interpreting it, even though we're teaching you the knowledge of the coming weeks is for man how to survive in the depth of space. In understanding of his own creation. You will understand very, very soon that a lot of knowledge seekers, even though we are teaching, are looking at the, as we say, the wrong end of the stick. But in a way, that's what we say. You have to understand what the teaching is about. Exactly what it's about. And in the coming days and weeks, we go more in depth. You'll find a lot of you knowledge seekers will find an answer and the reason and why and the way we've done it. The old American says, watch this space. Look at the knowledge which we're going to teach in the coming weeks in a different way than you done up to now. And then you see what you learned, what you learned from my teaching, and then see what you have found as salvation. The teaching which is coming up is mainly the salvation of the soul of the man. And a lot of you are reading it in a different way. And as you know me, I'm a very bad teacher. I let my students make as much mistake as possible. Because that's the only way you learn.
Mr. Kesh, at one point we made a wish that through the Universal Council that a SpaceX rocket was disturbed and wasn't able to launch. Is there a way to use that same wish in a way to see these people see their own demise through their own actions?
Yeah, you see, there is a club. This club has been convinced and convincing those who join the club that's the only way we're going to go. And this is the only way it's going to be successful. You're in it, you're out of it. You're with us or without us. We don't go that way. We teach that you are with yourself all the time. This is the difference. This is what the new teaching is. You are the last man standing for your soul, for the way you see the salvation of your soul. So nothing else. And we'll see changes coming up very, 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 very rapidly. And many of you will thank you've been there, you learned what to do, and you managed to save. You got to mature to the teaching in a very fast way. Very, very fast way. Teaching, especially in the coming next 3-4 weeks. This week is not anymore how to make ganses. You got to look at the flow of energy fields. you got to look at the conversion of the fields. You got to look at how these fields interact with the other fields which you have already created over years. There's a cross-examination of the knowledge. You have to learn how to do it. And try to see the teaching of next few weeks will change many of your lives, many of you. And many of you might take the last step, to take the last step, to understand the totality, and some of you will be enlightened. But how much can you enlighten the others to do what you do? Or with the greed of knowledge, you will silence you to only want to be you. I wept when I saw knowledge seekers were told to destroy your cups and the rest of it. And many did. But now they understand. Charles have made a deal with the devil, and they pay for it. This is the last act they commit on this planet, more or less.
Mr. Kesh, I want to thank you very much for everything that you've done. And I want to hand it over to Mark, but before I do that, I want to say thank you for everybody for being here and listening to these teachings and contributing. This is truly an international event. And the only thing that I can add to what Mr. Kesh has said is that I firmly believe in the indomitable spirit of the human race. And I think there's no doubt that we're going to be doing what is correct as long as we listen to our soul intention. I'm going to hand it over to Mark, and thank you so much, everybody.
Would anyone else like to ask another question?
Yeah, I would like to say to Mr. Kesh, after all, you are not a very bad teacher. After all, you are not very bad teacher.
We're just backward students.
When I look at the lives we have saved in China, in Iran, in Brazil, and in many other countries in past few weeks, I don't think any religion or any scientific organization that has left it to people to save their own lives by the teaching. And it's a beautiful thing we see. Today, I received a message from Middle East, from somebody in Europe who's got a corona. And we go to our European team and immediately they respond to, and maybe we save a life somewhere down the road. And maybe, as Alex said, every child will have a father. It had many times this in Iran. The fathers who are alive. I literally participated in one. Father was locked up in the room to die with a wife and children outside for 3-4 days. Call came from California. And within 48 hours, the father was out of the room. The doctors in Iran said it's impossible. And now the whole family makes day and night cups for all the Iranians. How many lives have been saved? And that's the purpose of the technology. We all die somewhere at the end. None would stay in the dimension of physicality. But would our soul be happy with what the physicality has achieved is a different story. We've served a lot. Even without not much good, we have saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Many of you done it yourself. Many of you are a result of that saving. And you see in the job. So we've served well, we taught well. If one doctor could save one man, we as a non. So we all done a good job. We've achieved, most of us, answering a call to a mother or a father or a child to save life. We've done our job. It's just now saving humanity is the next step for his own, what I call, demise. During the bad time in Iran, we were actually heavily involved. A very young girl, came to the Keshes Foundation team and asked for help. 9 members of the family had it, and she had it too. We taught her how to make. 2 weeks later, and the whole family now in a village supporting everybody else around, from one 9 or 10-year-old daughter. We all did a good job.
Mr. Kesh, when you say the pyramids point to the direction where the creator lives, I understand a bit about the creator. Who are the creators? That are these all the souls and stars throughout the universe that you're talking about there? The creator of the creators? I don't want to be
In so many ways, we are created out of the creation. And none of us is complete. But in the process of creation is very much, you need the sun to create the earth, for earth to create the rain and whatever else, for it to create us, for it to be human, to be alive, to become another creator in another dimension. all at all time part of being a creator and part of being created. We create our own selves, we create our own children, and with it, we create many other things, and us at the same time receive nourishment and food from the dimension of the sun to be for us to be kept alive by its creation, which has created us. It's how you see it. Process never changes. Process will carry.
Mr. Cash, with the Earth moving all the time, how does the pyramids point in the same place?
Pyramids all point towards the place. You call it a Mecca. This is how more or less. Somebody's cat is busy.
That's Jojo.
Yeah. Points to the direction, the place of the center of the universe, not the center of the universe, because that was the ultimate teaching. And that will be kept that way. Mankind one day will understand. One of the biggest problems with humanity was that at the time of establishment of all these things, mankind came across the professors, as I call it, of the universe. Understand everything. So they taught PhD to students who didn't even know alphabet, if you look at it that way. So now you have managed to be able to read alphabet. Maybe you can read it, but doesn't mean you can understand and decide on the PhD. But at least you know what it is. And this is one of them. Direction to dimension, as I said, it's like an American patchwork that shows the way home. This shows the way to the Creator. And mankind needs to understand it. And we know there have been, and it's not a battle I was explaining to told to do, we are aware of what they do. What is about to happen? What is about to take shape? They came in, they've done their job. They're taught too far to the students who didn't have the full background knowledge. At least you understand the magrams, you understand the energy of the plasma, you understand how things has to be in operation. Let's see which one of you will be last man standing. And how much can you stand? That's another dilemma for many of you. How far, to what extent can you survive it? And how much you listen. And I go to this again and again. You know, all of you, how you were told. And I said, these people, when they come, they're fantastic for the foundation. When they tell you everything, then you have to judge. Then you have to see what makes sense to you, to your knowledge, to your understanding. And that makes you wise. and the validations, as I call it. Different ways for different members of the foundation and people who come in the foundation and people outside. And that test is how much you trust in yourself, nothing else. It's not a test for anybody else except how much. You fail. Success is only is what their soul accepted. Why and how? And is a transition of life. As long as we accept life is a transition of energies from one to another, we never die. I was explaining recently to knowledge seekers about what and how I've seen and I've been through while I've been here. What we've seen from humanity, what we expect from humanity, and what we saw and what we gave and what we took. Somebody wrote to me, Mr. Kesh, nobody will understand what you say outside the Kesh Foundation because they haven't been prepared. The souls who's here will be prepared for it. We prepare the souls before we come.
Mr. Kesh, it's Doug here. Can you explain again quickly the importance of spraying plasma water every Sunday, please? Yep.
We ask for the Sunday to be sprayed to bring balances in too many things. First of all, is to bring balance with the soul of the man. That's what you do. One of the reasons for the spraying is your commitment to yourself and to peace, and I'm there to do. Secondly is we create a new condition. That condition suits all of us to live a peaceful life on this planet. And in so many ways, what has been the shortcoming of this planet in establishing life, we are substituting gradually and continuously. There are a number of things that many knowledge seekers have on Sundays. I ask those who actually make things, once you made a cup of life, you keep on making it to be there, spray the surplus in your community. It's not for Corona. Chinese team was asked 5 years ago, and they've been doing it. You have a spare gas, don't wait for a Sunday that is everybody else does it. Easiest way, put it through the sink, put it through your wash basin, put it through the garden pipe. this is not selecting, but sharing. You just wait till it's needed. I have to give it to someone. What about the plants? What about the planet? What about the animals? It has to be collective, and that's what we do. And it brings balance. It creates that dome of peace because everybody receives it. The people in Brazil put it on the petrol stations. Every car which passes it picks up and it spreads it across the nation. You know, years ago, I used to go to work in Congo with the Congolese government. And we used to stand on the streets coming to say which truck is coming from which part of Congo because of why the dust which they brought, the color of the dust on them. Now you can imagine what you spray people's home, they park their car, they go to different cities. In a way, we hide a lot of things behind a lot of knowledge. You bring, you share. How many of you have always had to make ganses because you were giving it to someone or whatever? How many of you made ganses and just threw it down the bin in the sink? What a piece of the soul of the animals who are in the sewage because they deserve as much as a man in the sewage, which is in the life cycle.
I done it a lot.
Yes, sorry, we were told at one point to put cups around our house at the door and in the rooms, which I did, and they would capture, you know, the virus, but then to put the water down the toilet. And I did that many times, and I was, you know, a corona poison or a corona contamination spreading because the water has picked up the virus or prevented it from coming into our house.
No, you understand it the wrong way. You understood
That's right.
The wrong way. The reason you do, and first of all, once you use the water in the house, once you absorb the energy, it's not the energy of a corona anymore. It's food. It's energy which is available for consumption. This is what we do in the body. In our body, this is corona absorbed or depleted from its energy by the gas water. Now it's a depleted energy at the digestion level of the human body. And this is one of the reasons they couldn't understand how corona patients recover so fast. Because now you have a corona, you depleted energy to use for the body because it's already at the energy level of the body. It's already been digested, accepted.
Hello, Mr. Kesh. It's Dean here from the UK. Can I ask a question? Mr. Kesh, I've got 2 reactors running, and I put the cup 1 of life in the middle of those reactors with some intentions. Would that help?
What's your intention? To be loved?
No, to give to protect people, to protect them from the virus, to give them the fuels they require to balance themselves, to elevate,
Is it in your
to
own home?
help. Yeah.
So you're there to do, but how far does it extend?
That's what I'm asking. Across. So and I give unconditionally that it does. That's what I'm trying to ask. When we spray, when we do spraying, I mean, I went for a walk today, and I didn't actually take the water with me, but my intentions now are, even now, I re-walk, I go on that path, and I can remember the steps, and then think to myself that I'm giving that intention of the fields, spreading that water out. So it's the field interaction instead of concentrating always.
I'm going to ask you a very, very deep question.
Okay.
If that was your intention, did you need the water to carry with you?
Exactly.
Has the man matured to understand the purpose, or needs a tool just because he can see?
Yeah. Exactly my question. Yeah, I feel that yeah, thank you very much for that answer, because the intention is you can place the cups, you can place yourself, your magrav, you can give your intentions as you've taught us all the way along. The fields, interaction in the fields, they're within us. The interaction of my galaxy, my solar system, my universe, and giving unconditionally, spreading those fields. And the plasma water we've made, we have the cups, we connect to the cups, and we can use them in many different ways. Other than we keep saying a step away from the GANs, step away from, so it's the fields. So my intentions, my giving intentions are very important.
That's exactly, we go back to the same point. What are your intentions?
They've always been.
Man still needs a physicality to see he carries a cup.
Yeah, no, because even when I was present in Brazil, not in Brazil, sorry, in Mexico, I had these intuitions, these feelings that the plasma, you can do this with without physically having the waters and everything. Even when it was, I first come to understand just before then about the virus, and we were making the cups, I had those intentions and those thoughts back then. I always felt that we're still, as we all know, we're all still stuck in the matter state, in a physical body condition.
Depends what you choose. As I said, every one of us take from this technology according to his understanding. Cup, because it shows I'm doing something, so you carry the cup. If the understanding is that the cup is me, then it's a different story, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. We, funny enough, I did, we came back and we had a little bit of an experiment this evening where I put a star formation of the four main ganses around our bodies. Some of the plasma in a but we were just trying to give your skull. You could feel. Everybody had different experiences. Some there was 2 or 3 people did this, and some had wonderful experiences of seeing many things and never ending, going off into universes and having beautiful experiences. I had mine was different. Like when I dream, I don't remember any dreams. It's like a total blank for me. So my experience was different. But I definitely, as soon as that ball went in, the connection was different. It was a different connection, and when I feel it now, I can still feel that ringing. It was different. I can't explain it any more than that, really.
We were not there, so we don't know.
I know. I know.
Mr. Kesh, can you clarify something for me, please? Because of something that Dean said about, and you guys were just talking about the destruction of the cups, and kind of brings me back to the not a controversy, but the pillow talk person. And I know you wouldn't have said get rid of your CH3s if there wasn't a reason, but there was some progress that I was making towards I want to call it not the silver GANs, but the patina GANs, where it's like the shell of the spacecraft, where it looks like a spun aluminum GANs, if you could say that type of thing. And I just feel, I don't know, there's something that struck me that makes me feel like I was on a path, but when the virus came, it just kind of, we got rid of all our CH3s or all of our black GANSs and things like that. And I just feel like I might have missed an opportunity to find something. Can you talk about any of that?
The reason we said the CH3 at that time, and we still stay with it, in the farming we're still using it, is that energy of the virus is common denominator hydrogen. If it gets access to one of it, then becomes source of energy for it. So you cannot deplete it. The whole idea, the whole concept is depleting the virus of its energy. When you access it to hydrogen, that can have, because you got to realize many of the knowledge seekers are not expert. And when they make answers to them, they make answers and they carry on. And in these gases, you all have amino acids on top. If you, by accident, carried the amino acid, if you have a cell which is access to the virus energy, and now you have the amino acid who has the same energy level, then now you find out that you're feeding it. And this is the reason scientifically we ask people not to use any amino acid and any CH3, because knowledge seekers, through their usual work, do not take gases from bottom of the pot. They take the gases and they empty the glass, they empty the jar, they empty the container, and voila, they use it. Without understanding that there is an amino acid stuck to this cup, which was created and is part of the structure. This is the reason we said don't do. Because if there were professionals, if there are people who understood how they made the gases, and you took your gases from the bottom of the cup, never touched the amino acid part, you can use it. But still, there's a danger that you can feed it. If it has the amino acid combination, which might fit one of the combinations of the chrono. That's the reason. If you are, I explain this in a very detailed way. Why we ask you to stop using CH3. if you use the CO2, if you use the Zn or CuO, we have no problem with it because we want to connect with the amino acid. We want to connect with the cell to be able to overcome it. But in the process, we deplete its energy. That was the whole target. But with the CH3, knowledge seekers use their cups and they feed the cell with the amino acid, which is connected to it, and voila, you are in problem. This is the reason. The problem doesn't start only with knowledge seekers, we have it in the Keshes Foundation productions line. We cannot, once in our factory, CH3 has been stopped. Now we produce, but we have to monitor that there is no amino acid getting into the circle. That's the only reason.
Yeah, I understand that. It's kind of like another reason why I can't really participate in the plasma reactor group is because they won't let me talk about lead GANs and how.
About what GANs?
The lead GANs.
You cannot. We don't ban you. Do you know why not? We don't let you to come in. I know Rick is very strict about it because lead has an affinity in the energy of the plasma to some cells of the brain of the man. And it creates every havoc we know. They don't let you go in to speak about it because we warn for quite some times that lead aluminum cannot be, we advise you not to make, cannot be made is the wrong way. Quite welcome to it, but we advise not to.
Well, no, I always believe that we should discuss it for the reasons why we're not, just to.
It has an energy balance. Lead and aluminum have an energy balance, and especially if you carry its amino acid, which can create energies which the lead does. All the damages are with the lead. Very simple. It creates dementia. It creates, you don't use just because it's a gangster you bring it. No, it's a well-known fact what lead does with the brain. It's not that the gas does it. It's one of his property and the energy level he operates. And if you're immune to it, you're quite welcome to use it. But most of the population are not.
Well, what I meant is I thought that a discussion about what it does would lead to.
We have discussed this in many teachings before, in the very original teachings. That's why people like Rick stick to it. Don't forget, he comes from the motor industry side and he knows the damage. The damage of lead. Lead used to be added to fuel, car fuel, years ago. Why did it stop? Because they've proven it has that kind of effect. So it's not something to do as we are trying Keshes Foundation not to do. It is something which is scientifically proven. And we've seen it. It can bring all sorts of, problems for the fields which it creates.
Well, the only reason I'm bringing it up is because I thought it was important to specifically, talk about the risks involved, and then to help the doctors to find ways to reverse the causation of that. It was all kind of if we can, it's like with a lot of things, if we understand what causes things, then we can work backwards to reverse engineer it or to use it to relieve that situation if it occurs within someone. That's the only reason I brought up the lead. I don't bring it up anymore, but I was hoping that because in the struggle to find doctors to understand this, that if we could, someone's going to have to teach the doctors. If the doctors don't come forward and teach and learn it themselves, then someone's going to have to teach the doctors. And I just talked about, if we could have some discussions about things in the proper context, that would help other people understand what the reason we're having the conversation for is in the first place.
Yeah, but the lead controversy and proven has been well established by the automotive industry for years. That's why leaded fuel were withdrawn.
Right. I understand. Can you speak about the one thing that I did mention of the GANs that looks like a lead, but it's actually the manifestation of the spacecraft. It's not lead. It looks like a patina or a lead, or it looks like something that's the silver construct, but it's not.
How have you made it?
Just the one time, and that's why it hurts me to get back to that point, because when the corona came,
how have you made it?
By chance.
So what was your lucky day, Chance?
Good morning, Mr. Kesh.
Yeah, what was your lucky day, Chance? What happened? Did a blonde cat walk in, or did a blind man walk out?
It's no, it's when you mentioned it on how to look, what to see, it struck me when you said the words over the knowledge seekers thing. Where had I seen it, or where had I ever seen it before? And that's when I came to the conclusion about it.
What have you seen? Enlighten us. Don't get shy. We told you can tell us what you've done.
It's hard to put it into words, because it's like if you come across something.
Well, the cat was too blonde and the man was too blind?
No, the cat died. That's what happened. She died, and it hurt me too much.
That's why I wanted you to come up with it, because I know you're a story. The thing is, you cannot blame the cat, and you cannot explain the situation. That's why I brought the cat, because I knew they were a story. The reality is that we advise making these kind of gases due to the scientific knowledge which is in the hand of mankind today. There's nothing that we don't say, don't do. If you are resistant to it, you can play with it. But majority of people aren't. This is one of the things. If you are, it's very much, I know, said that before. My body can stand radiation beyond imagination of any science. Maybe because I don't come from this planet. But in totality, even my university professors had a dilemma with me, that how I can stand such a massive amount of radiation. Radiation as such does not enter my body. It's like it cannot get in. We have incidences, we have usages, people who've been around, they know. Even in uranium nuclear reactors, space reactors, I never ever wear protection. And I work freehand with radioactive materials. Anybody else does dies. But I have a immunity to radiation. This is something was known about me from a very young age. I have a structure which radioactive materials cannot interfere with. I can handle nuclear rods as you handle watermelon. But these are exceptions. And if anybody does that, you'll die. In Queen Mary College, they faced it. The amount of radiation I received in one exposure was beyond, but they tested, I have nothing in me. But you have to understand not everybody is. Where we come from, radiation is part of our life. It's when we got poisoned by the beautiful nation of Belgium to kill, when our blood was tested, my blood was tested in Germany in laboratories, they said the blood is not normal. The structure of poison was not normal. Anybody else would have died. But doesn't mean that anybody else can do what I do. The times I got irradiated in Queen Mary College put my professors into shock. I could walk over open nuclear reactors in operation.
Didn't you once mention that the saliva, once something gets past the throat, that if you swallowed a hot particle or something to that effect, that it neutralizes that? Is there something in that, our saliva or the vacuum condition, that can eliminate that?
Depends what you're in and in context of what.
Can we, if we can replicate the vacuum magnetic condition, can we remove the hazard of the particle? Or do we need the
No,
saliva?
really, depends what is the recipient part of your body. What does it do with the part which receives it?
Feeds you?
No, depends on the person and the position and the time and what you have consumed mainly. There's a lot of factors in these things. What is the composition of your blood or your body or your construction?
Well, the only reason I mention it is because in the future, if someone hears these recordings, there'll be something to go, if they have problems, they'll be able to go look at something that we once said and talked about.
The knowledge has to be understood in the context of its totality. Where, what, and what condition we expect to. This is very important. You cannot take something out of context and it was said somewhere and we done what was said.
But it's like it's like a breadcrumb leading back to the Fukushima time frame.
Fukushima time frame is long gone. It's nearly 7, 8 years old. And in so many ways, even those who got involved with Fukushima with us had their own ways of working, trying to find out and benefit by it, or benefited by it. The knowledge was available to everyone. The beauty of the foundation is we never hid the knowledge. And in sharing it, many people benefited by it.
Well, it's kind of the question that led me to ask you at one point about nuclear fission, or is it true that you can strap a device on a rocket and have the same effect that has to occur within a laboratory condition?
Depends what you want to achieve.
Can we just take the fear out of that whole situation?
What do you mean by that? What is the fear and what is the situation?
That devices can be launched upon others to create such destruction.
Always been available. Depends how you want to apply it and who is there to be the beneficiary, who's going to harm, or is it for collective benefit? In a coming time, many of the technologies which is now getting developed, even this week in the Keshes Foundation, will be used for application of defense technology. But our defense technology is to protect planets, is protect what they call lives, not to destroy or military use.
So there should be no doubt that Iran is protected, correct?
They have to decide. We don't have all clean people in every dimension and direction. We all work in different ways and different understanding and different purposes. You got to understand a lot of noise comes with Iran. There's the rumors that the Iranian leader has died for a few weeks. Nobody has seen anything. Then they killed another scientist. Nobody else has seen anything. And then is a collective creating fear to do things. It's very much, as you all know, the Saddam Hussein having a chemical warfare was a dream of one man who thought it was very exciting to talk about it and got the American to start everything else. They didn't need it, they just used it as an excuse. And as all you know, the scientists, eminent scientists, English scientists who said there is no such a thing in Iraq, went for a walk and they killed him in a park in London. By the way, he was a Baha'i too, for those who are believers of the Baha'i faith. He was the only scientist. He's proved that there was no such a thing. All Iraqi allegations was more false, that the West wanted to go in that cause. And he had all the proofs and they killed him.
That was the gentleman who accused them of sexing up the dossier.
Yep. Because they sold a lot of arms. The good thing is, man, when he walks through the soul, there'll be no war except between himself and his soul. And then the world become very peaceful.
Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it, Mr. Kesh. Thank you very much.
Which is holidays, so we are homebound till 18th of January. There's plenty of free time.
The Patriots
Hello,
never
Mr.
take
Kesh.
a holiday.
We haven't
Mr.
stopped,
Kesh,
not even the Christmas.
Mr. Kesh, this is Jefferson from Brazil, Rodriguez. Can I ask you, if you allowed me, a question about Mithra?
About what?
Mithra.
Yes.
Which
one?
When you work.
I know many
teaching
Mithras. Which one?
The first one, 8,000 years ago, as you said, or somewhere.
Yeah.
The real one. You said that Mithra, her received her enlightenment or her energy from E. So I was wondering if E was just like energy, or just like the creator from named at that time. I just kept that in my mind. I said, who is E?
What you
What
mean
is E? Yeah, that's what I hear you saying that.
From he, not E. The
Or he.
creator. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Thank you very much. Now it's clear that I
You're
listened
welcome.
twice.
You have to understand, in a mythology of understanding the knowledge of the universe, Mithra is Eve. You understand? You have the Adam and Eve. Mithra is made from the essence of the creator.
Maybe Adam is antimatter, dark matter, and matter in that component.
Maybe Adam is the creator.
Eve, it's the daughter of Adam, which
No,
means
it was made of the rib of the Adam.
Okay.
If you know the theology. In a way, as we said, it's like the electron and proton. The creator is what you call the neutron, and the Eve is a proton, is an electron. So now you have the knowledge, you understand.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. Thank you very much.
We try to teach you in a way of understanding very rapidly, and with the structure of the 5 cups. For those of you who understood, was actually the purpose to enlighten the man to simplicity of creation of the soul of the man, and in understanding how close he is part of creation of himself. And in that process, it was very easy to, because you could relate to the soul, you could relate to the inertia, you could relate to gravity of the earth. Everything was in front of you. This is the beauty of the 5 cups. You could see the whole process of creation of the man in front of him, from the earth, which has created it, the inertia which solidified him to his physicality from the essence of his own soul and the soul of the creation of its creator. I could not find any easier way to teach man the philosophy of the creation than the 5 cups. And as I said to the Iranians very directly, those who tell you to destroy, those are the enemies of your nation. And understood fully. The ones who understood the purpose of the cup of the 5 cups, understood is the key, the path to the understanding of the creation. It's the only way, it's the simplest way the layman on the street and a professor in the university could understand. Don't forget, I've been teaching for millions of years around the universe, so I know how to teach.
Mark, can you read your comment, please?
I just said, my teacher can talk nuclear.
Pardon?
No, Jalal asked me to read a little fun comment I put in there. I said, my teacher can talk nuclear ins and outs while baking muffins. I like that. Smile. And when you drew the pyramid and you drew a line to connect to the creator at the center of the unicos, do we really have to go that far? Aren't we walking around with the creator within us?
Of course we do.
Right.
It's a time and a place for it, and it is done. It's just sign home if you want to go back home to know where is the home. The biggest problem will be how mankind finds his way through his own soul. I do not know any other way to teach that the layman on the street and a professor in the university and a world president understand. Don't forget, we had a close collaboration with Obama's administration. And with a new administration, with a large number of Iranian appointed within the structure of the government, the new American administration, we foresee the development of world peace very rapidly. And we look forward to Biden's administration to implement the wishes of the Keshes Foundation. It's the same group we negotiated the 5+1, and it's the same group, and the ethos of the new administration is science. Knowing the new science comes through the new knowledge and new ethos. And the Keshes Foundation is the forebearer of this new knowledge and technology. We have to see. We have to see how the new administration will change the way we wish. And we'll see the next step after it. But it won't be an easy ride. Next few weeks will not be a very easy ride for many of people. As we say, the dog tries to mark his territory, and I've been here too. Any other question?
Mr. Keshes, Dean again here.
Are you
Well,
enjoying yourself in Austria, Dean?
Yes, it's a wonderful place.
Is it going to become the new home?
It's I we shall see. We shall see, Mr. Cash. We shall see. We had some guests over Christmas, and they were young people. And a quick question about the virus, just to bring it back down to another level. It took a while to explain the cups and the technologies, and to gradually get them to come round to an understanding of plasma. Towards the end of the Christmas period and their short stay, some of them were of an age where they would be thinking about children. And the thing that seemed to get through to them the most, or it felt like it did, is when I said to them that the virus has the potential to make them sterile. And that really made them sit back and really contemplate what we were trying to explain to them. It was that the knowledge, as you've always said, about humanity wanting to replicate, and it's the one emotion we would never be able to walk away from. So that was the strongest emotion that really seemed to hit home with the younger generation of a certain age. It really did. It made them think.
It did some damage in a way mentally.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it really sort of it settled. The field certainly felt very thick for them. That was for sure.
It brings them to the point of what I'm here for.
Yeah, they were discussing. I know that some of them were discussing. They've had the tests and things, and I was. You have to be very touchy-feely with it, because many people feel they have no choice because they are in a lot of fear and a lot of peer reviewing amongst their own where they reside, what the actual society that they're walking around. They feel, if they have a job where they all of a sudden someone says you have to do this, otherwise you will not be able to continue. They come to a point where they think they have to do it. And as I've come to understand, with this, you really need to read the fine print.
The thing is, there are a lot of people can ask the one question. This is a Human Rights Act, very clear. What you're given, and especially with the European law, you have to know the content of what you are given, medicine or whatever. They cannot force you to have anything, medicine or whatever, without you knowing about the content of the medicine. And any injection, anything not to do with virus, given to anyone, you are entitled to know its side effect and the content of material in. And this is something that many people have to ask their doctors, that they want the list of ingredients and the clinical test trials. Does not matter if FDA has approved or not. FDA has approved many dangerous medicine. They found out later and they had to withdraw. In the world of medicine, in the world of FDA, there is a black box medicine. And the black box, it means the side effects are not known as too dangerous since it's been produced, even since it's been licensed. And those of you who are familiar with the work of FDA, FDA hasn't been all the time right. But in any shape or case, FDA approved, yes, no problem. FDA tells you they have to disclose ingredients. They have to disclose the ingredient in full detail and what are the side effects of what and where.
So that should help many people that many of these young adults that being put in a position where they just need this knowledge, this understanding, and that's on another level compared to just the Kesh Foundation. That is on the knowledge of.
It is. We talk about clinical trials, which is done by the Kesh Foundation knowledge seekers. It's not something outside. We know that it brings what you call ability to generate or create children. It affects libido, brings the count to zero, literally zero. These are all data. Everything of it is getting written in the state of Abu Dhabi in what they call Emirates. It's done by doctors and monitored. We're not talking something to create a scares or whatever. And we have seen all the ones who have received the injection or had the, what do you call it, coronavirus, all without fail show 98% reduction in the number of live sperm counts in the sperm. This is a data which is getting gathered by Kesh Foundation in cooperation with doctors in Middle East. And everything, sperms are counted, everything is counted. And we are directly involved in it because it's done by knowledge seekers of the Kesh Foundation doctors in Middle East. We are directly involved in it. We don't release the name of the doctors or whatever. And sooner or later, we'll publish the paper. Kesh Foundation will publish this paper. Short of name of the people, you'll get everything else. And we have shown recovery by the doctors to 85% live cells in less than 2 months using the technology. A specific combination of gases in a specific way used has brought it back to 98%. We have a placebo effect. People who have not used it still suffer, and people who have used it to recover.
That's wonderful news, because that gives the ability for people to go beyond just the fear and to go beyond if something happens, they still have a connection back. They still have a
we don't know.
We
have this. We suffer from it, and the process for it is available. We're working on it, and it's something which came out through Middle East, because as you know, the Arabs is very important for them to be fertile and to be able to manage 4 wives. Maybe we managed to help the wife number 1. We don't know about 3, 4, and
5. Yes, I'm not quite sure how they manage that.
Creating more souls. Creating more souls.
Yeah, we can do that, Jalal, with a thought and an intention across the Unicos.
Thank you very much for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you. I hope you had a wonderful Christmas, and we most probably meet on a New Year's 2nd day or 3rd day of New Year's.
I look forward to it. I look forward to it.
It's a very good year this year. It will be the liberation of mankind.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed from all of you.
Thank you.
See you hopefully next week. You're quite all welcome to Pitzel, but I can't get it down the phone, but enjoy it.
We will have the fields from that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you for joining us. Okay. What a beautiful, beautiful time with Mr. Kesh and all the knowledge seekers, which we'll be doing more and more of as we go along this journey with more and more from different nations. I do have the clip from the Portuguese language community. I think this is a new creation. Raphael, would you like to add anything to this before I play it? I just saw it for the first time this morning. I thought it was quite elevating. Alex has asked me to end up with this. It's about 25 minutes long.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Raphael, please.
Hello, Mark. So it was a video that was made by the Brazilian here, Knowledge Seekers, and it's showing the work, how everything was structured here since 2019, when Cash Foundation came to Brazil first, and then how we are organizing ourselves. So I just want to say thank you very much for all the knowledge seekers here from Brazil that are really working hard here to make this happen. And thank you for sharing this video, Mark. And our intent for this video is just to try to inspire others to do the same that's happening here in Brazil. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you,
I would like to
Raphael.
say thank you very much, Raphael. You are doing very beautiful job, and all the knowledge seekers with you. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank
it's
you,
a very
Jalal.
elevating video. Thank you. And many thanks to Mr. Kesh as conveyed through this video right across the world. We've heard a lot of voices in there, from Marie Calvi to in Kenya with Dr. Gatwa. So let me play that now. It's 25 minutes. I know you've been here for 5.5 hours, but that's fine. You can listen, and you can also pull up the public teaching in Portuguese if it's already put up on the net. And you can look at it there if you don't have time now. And then I'll close with the disclaimer. So thank you all for joining. This has been the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English for December 27th, 2020. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, and Alex Skoric, Mr. Kesh, and the knowledge seekers have shared knowledge today. All have a good evening and continue to study Mitra. It's made my Christmas a little different this year. So thank you all.